Making sure everything is up and running. Everything appears to be up and running. It's not for 15 minutes. Cool. All right, give me a second, chat. Texture Atlas. Yeah, it's just like a globe. Texture Atlas is a really good name for like an asset store, you know? Or like a place that sells like carpet. Texture Atlas, you know? I like the word Atlas. It's a good word. Most games compile all the sprites into single massive atlas in RAM where you launch the game, so you may as well do it yourself beforehand. Sure, but like that's compiling something and like having it from the get-go and like I don't know. I'm just getting images in my mind of like years ago when I got something I gotta do real quick. See if I can yet. I may have to wait until tomorrow. Trying to buy tickets for a show that I would like to go to. But I'm not sure if tickets go on sale today or tomorrow. No, tomorrow. I don't have an Amex card. And I don't want to buy a guided tour experience. I ain't that rich. It's tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. I want to buy tickets to go see Electric Callboy, for anybody who's curious. But it's not until like mid-next year. Fun and very silly. Fun and very silly. Which is funny. It means they can actually legally tour in Canada again. Aren't they touring with Baby Metal? Not that tour. Not that show. I want to say they're with Polaris, who I think I've seen before. I want to say I saw them because I wanted to see an opener, and it wasn't that expensive. I was listening to their music yesterday. I was like, this is very familiar. I think I've seen these guys before. Yeah, but sometimes I have access to the presale because I'm part of a couple member clubs for different venues. So, but not that one because I don't have an Amex card. But yeah, let's play some Dwarf for it, shall we? I think that this might be my favorite name for a fortress in a very long time. Brainrot. I'm not a huge fan of Baby Metal because YouTube chat is talking about Baby Metal. They kind of just don't do anything for me. Like, they're fine, but I don't really listen to them. But what bands do I like? Good question. It's gonna. Do you have 2 hours? YouTube chat wants to know what bands I like. It's like, I'm just gonna sit here on this screen for the next 2 hours and list off the bands that I like because it's a bit of a list. I'll put it this way. My favorite band of all time is Hum, and the last show I went to was a bunch of indie bands that you've never heard of, and the show I went to before that was Powerwolf. So yeah, I don't know. I listen to a shit ton of music. I have a very not updated
When a problem
Discogs.
comes along, you must whip it. When something going wrong, you must whip it.
What about whipping my hair back and forth? Suited. Have you thought about that as an option? Just checking. How you doing, Suited? Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 35 months! You Devo fiend. All right, chat. So we have Alive in the Fort, T-Chort, Stormwolf, Oliuk, Otaku McWeeb, Alf, Romanoid, Chapeldine, Romanok. Romanok? Dominok, what am I saying? Dr. Joseph. We've got Layagushka, Mohreb, Thwack, and who bashed a Forgotten Beast to death with a hammer. We've got Ice Blue, The Salt, and Zortos, as well as Orange. The Salt 1v1 to Forgotten Beast made of salt. Did you make an artifact? I want to say you died and are now undead and did not make that artifact. But you are undead and you are friendly. We also have a bunch of gremlins in Zfort. We have Snail, Zachris, Kevin, Neezer, and Bootlegger, Bratwurst, Amything, Faminoir, and Kitfox, and Lateran. And I did successfully undeadify one of them, but I'm not sure why he's in a cage. He's in a cage and doesn't seem to do anything. So I might just leave him in that cage. I might make some terrariums and put my failed experiments in. Ooh, actually, that's a good idea. I've got a glass industry. We should do that. I should make terrariums. I hadn't even thought of that. Anyway, this is the fortress. It's this tiny little desert that has some cacti on the surface. This is the tiny little entrance, and I have a giant king cobra pit. They're friendly. This is a petting zoo. It's safe for children, I swear. Then down here we have the giant crab breeding pit and the king cobra breeding pit. Because it is a tiny fort, the map size is very small. When we go down a wee bit, we've got several rooms that I'm slowly building out. And down in here is my bedroom layer. This is the power that is powering my pub stack, which I will get to in a second. The power comes from this aquifer up here in this grid-like pattern, and then goes down into here, and these are all my water wheels, which are powered off of that. This is the lava. I could flood most of the fort by simply lowering the drawbridge, which would be fun, but I'm not going to do that at the moment. I am going to be building a second, lava pump today, but I'm going to need more power. Boom, boom. Thank you very much for the 17th month. And iron, I will give you an iron after I'm done scrolling through these levels. We also just have random storage, and then this is the first cavern layer. Beneath that, we have the second cavern layer. I can't remember why I built that bridge. Oh, right. I was going to dig through that and get rid of that. And then further down, we have the third cavern layer, which currently has a really, really scary Forgotten Beast in it that makes your skin rot. I presume it's still here. I don't see it. But there is a Forgotten Beast in here somewhere. It's hiding, I presume. Ah, there it is. It's rotting right now. Yeah. It's got deadly dust that just makes you rot, which is pleasant. And everybody loves it. A little bit further down, we have lava and a tube to the underworld, which I haven't dug yet. I might make one. That might be a fun way to end this fort, actually. Tiny hippo. I just kind of want to get the lava up to the surface, though. But I'm glad you find some use out of them. John Doe. Just catching up on YouTube chat real quick. I mean, the game has an in-game tutorial. You have to talk to the developers about stuff like that. I'm not the person to ask. But I kind of doubt that player strats like pump stacks would ever get tutorialized in-game. I also need to go through my bedrooms and fix all these walls. So that might actually be the first project. But I need to name a dwarf for Iron. What kind of dwarf would you like, Iron? We've got living dwarves, unliving dwarves, and we have gremlins. But the gremlins are kind of useless. They're just there. They just eat my food, mostly. But now we await Iron's response for Dwarf that they would like. Look just like a resettled fortress? Nah, they're way too organized. Way too organized. Also, resettled fortresses don't make the, what's it called? They smooth everything, so they don't construct any floors. Well, rarely construct floors. Blacksmith, weaponsmith, or armorsmith. Okay, but like, which one? I've got 2 ladies that do those tasks. And that's it. They're on the screen right now. We've got, if I type in smith, we've got 2 weaponsmiths. What would you like? And you haven't told me beard or no beard. So that's what I'm waiting on. Otherwise, I could just give you whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the fun of this game is discovering, like, the different tricks that you can do. You have approximately 5 seconds to give me... Oh, there you go. I was about to be like, all right, you've got 10, 9, Dwarf, Iron. Okay, Iron is... That's one of those, like, you pick or I pick for you. It's like, if I pick for you, you may not like it. She can get caught up in internal deliberation, but she's a zombie, so it doesn't matter much. She rarely is moved by curiosity, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, but she isn't scared of anything because she's now a zombie. She's bashful and doesn't care because she's a zombie, and strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and occasionally overindulges. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She prefers to keep herself She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is very humble. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she can handle stress. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. So we are getting very close to the point where I'm going to send a singular dwarf to go make demands of my old fort. My old fort being Colorbeard, which has several soldiers that have hundreds of kills. Because I want to see if I can get attacked by an army, including my old dwarves. That's what I want to have happen. And I want to cause some chaos with that. So, she personally does not really value merrymaking and dreams of raising a family. And she likes sandstone and zinc and green diamond, as well as giant cave swallow leather, horsehoof, cabinets, and ducks for their quacks, and the words of the strategic meditation. I almost said mutation. Meditation. And the sight of the euphoric styles. When possible, she prefers to consume brown bullhead, cow cheese, and banana beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She has large irised aquamarine eyes, which are protruding. And she's currently looking at inch? I read that as itch and nothing more. Inch and nothing more. Probably a book about measurements. Also, the most popular god in this fortress is Kunkun Tithlith. Kunkun Tithlith, who's a dwarf god of death and the stars, who's named Cat. Because that's what that word means, cat. So that's his fort so far. Any questions, chat? Plan number 1 is we have to start working, or fixing, I guess, these bedrooms, which I broke. So I could get the metal out of them. Because there was metal in the walls, okay? Like, I had to remove the walls because there was metal in the walls. It's a very important task. Huh? Oh, that's fucking funny. The gremlins are considered intruders? Whoa. I presume they're gremlins, because those are all the gremlins' bedrooms. That is fucking incredible. Okay, good to know. So the gremlins came from an adventurer, which means there's going to be like some oddities with them, but I didn't expect that. It's a good thing I noticed that, because oh, that could cause That could cause some problems. Yes, Cat the Dwarf, who I was very disappointed wasn't a cat. Imagine just trying to take a nap like Drekkagen right here, and having all these dwarves running around and rebuilding all these bedrooms. Also, these dwarves do want clothing, but I'm not really making clothing. Should I make clothing? I should make clothing. Should probably make some clothing. I've just been making bags, so. But I don't really have any clothing industry made. So I should probably do that. I should just make robes. Like robes and socks. You know? Like, what else do you need? What else would you need? Someone here to steal artifacts? No, it's not. We're also in an ad break. But no one's here to steal artifacts because I still don't permit visitors unless specifically stated otherwise. So, like, there is a 9 out of 10, actually probably higher than 9 out of 10 chance that you will probably never see visitors in my fort, and you have to allow visitors in order to oh yeah, there's also a forgotten beast down here who shoots webs that I need to do something with. There is an almost 0 chance that you will see visitors in any of my forts, and that's gonna stay the same until they change how that code works. I'm just going to expand this down here. Is there black dye now? Probably. I haven't done anything with dye so far this fort because there's very few plants on this map. Do I do themed temples for gods? Sure, if the dwarves request them. We do already have one. It's this one. But it's very unfinished. Which is the Chapel of Deeps. Which obviously worships the god of death. We have the Sacred Skull, who's a necromancer, and the First Veil. But yeah, I have not even started doing anything with dye in this fort. Although I have made a bunch of dwarves dye, but that's different. So chat, I think this is going to be my last stream this week. I'm going to take tomorrow as an editing day because I really want to get my boat murdered video that I'm working on done, because it is like it is taking a while because there's a lot. It's a long story. And if I can get it done, then I can be ready for the siege update. So I can actually make stuff when the siege update comes out. Because if I don't do it now, it's going to take me a long time to get it done. And I just really want to get that project finished. So I will be taking tomorrow as an editing day. And my goal is to have that video done on Halloween. Although this isn't really me asking for suggestions, this is me making a statement, but I don't plan to release that video as a premiere, even though I do that with most of my bigger videos, purely because it's like, hours long, and I think putting out a 4+ hour premiere is not great. So I'm probably going to avoid that, but that video will be hopefully out for Halloween, because I think that I think that Boat Murdered is a solid thing for Halloween, if you ask me. We'll get there when we get there. Romanoid. Nothing I need to talk about at the moment. I have other priorities currently. But currently mostly just regretting doing it in the first place. I don't know. So it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would call it a horror story, John Doe. It's more of a tale of player incompetence or maliciousness, but it's not a new fort. What are you talking about? No, that'll be in like on the 3rd. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that format works. Like just as a live streamed thing with an audience, I don't think it works. Like I think in order for it to work, it would need to only be streamers, and I just kind of, yeah, I don't know. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't like making content that depends on other people's content. For moral reasons due to me not paying people, and also like just I don't know. I regret kind of doing it, to be honest, but that's a different subject. Not to be a bummer. Which is, I don't know. I don't know what to talk about in regards to that. The thing I want to know, and the thing I'm looking forward to and curious to find out, is what the fuck else has Tarn done? Because Tarn very, very rarely releases a big update to Dwarf Fortress and tells us everything that's in the update. There's always something. There's always something that, like, he either forgets to include in the patch notes, or he just doesn't tell us about. And that's what I'm curious about. Isn't that the case for, like, most legendary Dwarf Forts, though? Is that they're a pain in the ass to play? Like, a lot of the favorite things that from you guys that I've done were awful to play. I feel like that would be talked about, Tarantos. I just want to know if the dwarves can dig. Like, if I get invaded by dwarves, are they going to dig? I just... Dwarves are just screaming, "Up yours!" at the aliens. The Great War elephant in the room would be how sieges work for humans, elves, and dwarves. Well, it depends on what animals they have access to, right? Humans don't tend to bring elephants. They tend to have access to horses mostly. Which, like, on one hand is, like, kind of fine, but... Chad, I'm curious how similar you guys are to me. When a big update for a game releases, and this includes Dwarf Fortress, right? And keep in mind, for me, this game is my livelihood. It's my living. The second I get, like, a teaser for a big update like this, I want to do nothing but, like, think about the update, and I don't want to play the game anymore. I just want to wait for the update. Where are you guys at on that? Because I'm currently in that feeling with this game. Like, I like this game, and I want to finish this fort, but I can certainly see it, like... Conversations in chat have been slow, and I think that might also have something to do with the fact that, like, a lot of big games have come out recently, but, like, it feels like a lot of people have just been like, oh, that's soon? And even, like, when they started teasing it, like, a couple months ago, like, I started noticing, like, less and less people playing the game, and, like, just saying, oh, I just want the Siege update. And now that it's, like... literally a week and a bit away, like it's days away at this point, tens of days. It really feels like we're just kind of like at a, kind of a bit of a standstill, if that makes sense. You feel like this time right now is insane. Big games releasing like every day. Also that, yeah. Like fucking Double Fine released a game and like nobody noticed. Although I feel really bad for Double Fine because that's mostly like a Game Pass release right after they like wrecked the pricing of that thing. They brought you back in? Oh really? Like trying to like dust off the rust, if you will. You started a fort the week before the teaser, dropped it, and now you're waiting for the update? Yeah, like I'm... It's one of the reasons why I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to make this an easy week, because I know that this fort's not going to last super long once I start doing the things that I really want to do with it. So, like, when I start going crazy with this fort, like, it's going to fall pretty quick if I were to bet. And because of that, I'm just like... Yeah. just gonna take it a little easy. And then dive in proper once their next update drops. Oh, how do I keep screwing up the flooring types? This is like the third time I've done that since I started today. What the heck's wrong with me? Let's just go with a couple farmer shops. Maybe 2 of them. And I'm going to see, do I have a repeating process plants job? I do not. I'm also going to maybe make let's just say, completed monthly, check 20. Maybe not monthly, we'll just get rid of that for the moment. I'll just say, when there's more than 20, just make 10. Keeper, yeah. Keeper is like definitely a game that I will grab on sale from looks of things. When they do a 20% off or something, it's like fucking $40. Like, it's kind of a pricey thing. By digging trolls? I just, like, want to know what else is there. You know, like, I'm very excited for the Siege stuff, and that's going to be exciting to mess around with. Like, I can't, like, something I miss about RimWorld when it was in early access is whenever a big patch came out, it was like 6 weeks of everybody trying to figure out how to break it. And it's been a long time since Dwarf Fortress has had any, like, the last major change, I think, and chat can, like, chime in on this if I'm wrong. The last major change that I remember to Dwarf Fortress's, like, siege combat, I'm pretty sure was just, like, necromancer experiments, right? Apologies. I don't have anybody making sand. Let's make green glass aquariums. Chat, what are they called? Terrariums. That's what they're called, not aquariums. Chat, what are terrariums? No, don't do 0. Tried to hit 5 and missed. Collect sand. Biddy. Do it. Do it now. Failed experiments. So, like, zombies that refuse to be friendly, or things that I acquire. I don't know. I have a web-spitting Forgotten Beast, so I could catch Forgotten Beasts and put them in aquariums. Dwarves I want to starve to death so that I can turn them into zombies. I wasn't going to put crawling hands, no. I'm not going to, like, go around catching small animals. It's not generally a mechanic I mess with, but no. I'm thinking, like, big animals. Mostly failed experiments. Because terrariums are like cages, basically. They're like full-size things, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm totally off base. That can also go away now. Yours are all squares. I mean, hey. It does come with the territory. I mean, this fort is like way too square for me, so like I'm trying really hard to make it not square. For whatever that's worth. Okay, so this is going to be where I pump up from next. So I'm thinking about just going like, maybe not right there. Probably like somewhere around here. But then I need to go through this level, which is going to be the problem. I could actually just go right here. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's just go horizontally right here. Let's just go up to there. Terrariums are just cages? Yeah, that's what I thought. For some reason, I was like spacing as to whether or not they were cages or not. So let's go to like right there. And this last one we will channel down, but they'll cancel that probably. There's so much iron on this map. Holy shit. But yeah, that's where I'm like curious, is just like what else is going to be snuck in with this update? What kind of weird mechanical thing is Tarn going to do under the hood? Like I remember I think it was Villains Part 2. There was this weird period of time where we were all suddenly discovering like all of this shit that Tarn added to Legends for that update, because like it was like expanded legends and like relationships that can be documented for historical figures or something. I want to say it was like the patch notes, and it was just like hours of hysterical laughter reading about characters getting divorced, because like that was basically what Tarn added, was just like, oh yeah, characters can get divorced now, which is just really funny. If you're just like, you know, enjoy reading like hysterical comedy about the little critters and characters that exist in these worlds, right? Because that's all it turns into, is just basically just slapstick about your favorite queen or whatever. I'm gonna go from here over to here. No, not right there. Right there. Oh, I have it set to auto, duh. Wow, I nailed it. First try. You've mixed up cages and animal traps? Constructing cages catches me off sometimes when I'm thinking about what I need to do. We also have this military, which I have mostly kitted out in iron gear because, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit too lazy to make steel gear. And I also need to start filling out ranged dwarves, which I think I'm going to do largely with zombies. Because zombie marks dwarves pretty powerful. I'm also curious if they have any powers. Like, do they have any push powers, pull powers, slurp powers? That kind of thing. And the problem here is I am going to need to attack my old fort. So I either need to pick a dwarf I really don't like or actually send an army to go attack them. And I think I'm actually going to send this squad to go attack them. Zombie marks dwarves infinite morale. Infinite, like, or they'll never need to stop eating and drink, you know? I also need to wait for some of my zombies like this one to rejoin the faction again, because they have to do that because they're considered visitors when they initially arrive, so that takes a little while, but... Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do cloth robe and let's do leather shoe. Because how much leather do I have? Tanned hides 34. Okay, so let's just do 20 leather shoes and 20 let's do 40 leather robes. I'm just gonna do like a one-off job on that. Or cloth robes, not leather. I said that out loud. Saying one thing, thinking something else. Cats and dogs living together. Down here, I'm going to also make a dyer, and we're gonna... Oh. I need a bucket. I think I can make green glass buckets, right? Nope. Fine, then. Iron bucket it is. And we have this, which is Alla Griffonopon, Alla Griffonopen. Would like to join the fortress for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Who let you in? I don't allow visitors. The fuck? Some 63-year-old man wants to come here to eradicate monsters. Mate, we are the monsters. Why do you want to eradicate us? Clearly, you're some sort of criminal. I don't trust you. So, you're also a Lord Consort? Excellent. I shall zombify you immediately. We are evil, remember? You came to the wrong fortress, good sir. Speaking of wrong fortress, I will approve your request, though. And then probably kick the shit out of you. And I will also just quickly assign... Oh, you know... one of them rotten butchers as the captain of the guard. Chapel-Dean, who's now the captain of the guard and rotten butcher. I also now need a prison-like stat. This over here is going to be the mayor's office, by the way. Who's the first Vale, which isn't confusing at all. And I'm going to throw in this, this, and this. Now let's see what you go do. Although, I should probably assign a rope and a prison because I don't have one. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Prison should probably actually be down here. Let me just quickly make a dungeon. And one of these. Maybe two of those. There's a giant rat right there. See? We have terrariums. Would snakes give any decent leather? I think that I get 2 of them. 2 per, I think? I was going to start slaughtering them, because they lay like 20 eggs at a time. And they're born full grown. How are caves tiny maps like that? Because I settled in a 1x1 tile. YouTube chat. Uh-oh. Somebody's dead. Oh no! Our poor monster hunter was found dead. It's a tragedy. Who did it? Ah, I see. My captain of the guard did it. Well done. Good work. Excellent. Although I do need to see, do you have any powers? Nope, you just punched him? You bastard, you killed Kenny! Anyways, I definitely did just accuse this random monster hunter who showed up of crimes he didn't commit, completely unrelated to him, that I think I'm pretty sure those were crimes actually committed by my gremlins, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Anyway, no, we're gonna resurrect him. You're gonna become a zombie. Because I mean, what else are we gonna do with you? I mean, come on. Let's not be silly here. You came here willingly. That's like inviting a vampire into your house, man. Which brings me to one of my favorite Halloween-themed holiday questions, which is, chat, if a vampire is a cop and they have a warrant for my arrest, do I still have to invite them in? I've learned that this is something that like actually just keeps bugging me, turns out. We've got a unfriendly zombie dwarf. And also a troll. And also a dwarf? Hold up. Several dwarves, in fact. And also an upper arm. Well, that's kind of grim. Why waste the body? I know, exactly. Waste not, want not. That's precisely my feeling. Also, Zas the miner has been found dead. Excellent. It's a 2 for 1. What happened? Oh, is my captain of the guard, like, convicting people of crimes that they committed? Yeah. 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 All right. What's your name? We can do a group project here. How convenient. We are necromancers and we need bodies. So thus we need to take advantage of the bodies that are provided, regardless of whomst or whatst they are's. I also need to put a dump zone up here. Just go down in here real quick and just dump all of this. I want all of this stuff removed if it doesn't immediately need to be up in here. Also, that means that the captain of the guard's probably beating other people. Ooh, no. 3 for 1, actually, because there's also a dead gremlin. So we've got Gremlin Lideran, we've got Ala Kajitul, and Zas. And Besmer, apparently. This is what happens when you just, like, you know, definitely forego all demands and orders for a while and not have a captain of the guard, and then just, like, appoint one on a lark. But for me, it's actually quite handy because, frankly, like, we are fully equipped. We're fully equipped. Yeah, this is gonna become a crypt, indeed. No, we are fully equipped and ready to, you know, do all of the murder. Nish the Miller withdraws from society. Fully equipped beer. Yes, post beers, Stone. Naturally, you get it. Speaking of being fully equipped, Strange Mooders claims a craft dwarf shop. He's doing it all right. Well, that's good. You won't be for long, I'm sure. And then you'll be doing very good. Speaking of very good, I'm going to send my mechanical nose brushes. So, I didn't name this, but I also haven't looked at the name of it yet. That's my necromancer squad. They're the mechanical nose brushes. It's a 1x1 embark. The whole map fits in one screen. So if I zoom out, or jump to the surface rather, it's really clear. That's how this fort is tiny. Goal. I should make that a what's it called? A variant of that command because I can do that. But yeah, it's literally 1x1. So it tiny. Like this is the entirety of the lava sea down here. Yeah, but I love the fact that that's now just my lore-friendly reason as to how necromancers, like they just have like what's it called, like a Q-tip, and they're just going tick, 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 and then they just go bah! It's like, or like an electric toothbrush, but with like a Q-tip on the end. That's just how my mind is envisioning this now. No limit on dwarves. It's not population tiny, it's physical space tiny. Although, I kind of do have a limitation on dwarves because I didn't successfully trade once. Things kept happening, you know? Things outside of my control. It turns out that the mountain home doesn't like my choice of pet giant snakes or my gremlins very much. What undead are available? I think they're all butchers. Thems. No, it's just a New York apartment style embark diamond. What fancies your strike? Bismuth? I mean, that's not going to bring me more migrants, though. Caesardes. I don't really care, though. It's not really the point of this fort. Large population isn't really something that matters to me too much. Besides, as was just proven, I can also just, like, you know, let the occasional visitor show up and then just chop them into tiny pieces and then turn them into a zombie. Also, we're out of booze. Not that that matters too much, but... I'm actually curious what the bottleneck is. Probably farming, but... Oh, it's paused. That's on me, then. I read that as normal. I was like, what's normal? Which one of these do you describe as normal? Normal. I can type. Sure. I mean, the number of undead is going to grow. We are in an ad break real quick, so I'm just going to take a toilet break because ad breaks are a good time to do that, and then I will continue nattering on. So while I'm gone, chat, please chat amongst yourselves and keep each other entertained, and thank you very much for tuning in today. I do greatly appreciate it. I will be right back.
You fucking donkey!
Over here, he has a sword!
Bring out your dead!
Crypt arrive.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it.
This is my favorite roguelike
nutrients,
on the
everything that's good
Citadel.
about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Nuclear vessels.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Nuclear vessels.
All right, I have successfully returned. Totally not Creed. Thanks for the 18th month. The 18th time I have to say thank you for definitely only subscribing to me on one account. And Radbug, thanks for the 13 months.
Weird hobby.
Who's the creature with the weird hobby? You're going to need to be a bit more specific with that. So this here is Bismuth. Bismuth is a zombie dwarf. And Bismuth is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. Excellent. And has a noticeable lack of perseverance and a sense of duty. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is often cheerful, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is often nervous, and has an active imagination. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally does not really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes brimstone and silver as well as milk quartz and seal leather and giant gazelle hoof and the sight of the fancy wisps, and when possible prefers to consume rios macaw and rhubarbs and sorghum beer and absolutely hates snails. But you're going to need to be a wee bit more specific. The necromancer? I mean, who is? I mean, though is. We have 3 necromancers in the fort? I guess technically 4, because we also have the Lich, which is my undead necromancer. Just to remind me that they exist. But, yeah, I guess I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. Radbug. Chat room, can I please get another proper round of beers for Radbug, who's keeping that subscription alive? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. This is a crowd-funded stream. I don't take any corporate sponsorships. But that does mean, in order for this channel to survive in the format that it's in, I quite literally need your support. So thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. To those of you with hats next to your name, and to those of you watching, liking, and sharing, or chatting in any of the streams that I run. This is going to be green glass corkscrews and green glass tubes, and we'll do 20 of each. And we're still collecting sand as well, so it's fine. Except I'm going to sand and sand. Just doing 2 separate more jobs on there because I find that works better. Also, speaking of things being recycled, I've got 2 of 4 bodies on display right now. We have a unfriendly zombie dwarf who was a failed experiment, unfortunately. And then now all we're waiting on is we're just waiting on... Oh, there's 3. Now all we are waiting on is we are just waiting for the last of the 3 bodies and my 2 necromancers, and then we can do some resurrecting. And they can all get resurrect, if you know what I'm saying. So who hasn't seen this thing function yet? One of the things that I'm trying to do, and the reason there's traps everywhere, is the process of releasing this zombie and scaring the ever-living shit out of these zombies is by dropping a ceiling down into here. It knocks them into cages, just on the off chance that they decide to summon a homicidal nightmare. It also will ideally send other things, or like cause enough damage and ruckus that if something isn't friendly, them ending up in cages won't cause them to fight with their own zombies or whatever. But basically up here there's a grate. These are not load-bearing. This is a support, which is load-bearing, and this is a floor piece, which falls when this lever is pulled, which also releases this zombie. They try to fight with this zombie, and fighting with this zombie causes them to summon this, because this is not an undead necromancer. This one is. So this not undead necromancer will try to fight with that zombie. This one won't. And then the process of them going into combat mode is what makes them summon the undead. So you down here is Dudas is going to stand right there, and you are going to pull that lever right now. Right now. Could I get, I don't know, a vile force of darkness, chat? And here it goes. So we have 1 zombie, 2 zombie, and a nightmare. And it seems to have failed horribly. because all I'm seeing is unsuccessfully resurrected corpses. Well, that sucks. But, you know, it comes with the territory, right? The Forgotten Beast spun in a circle. The Forgotten Beast spun has come. Silly pun. A great humanoid composed of snow. Ah! So he's chill, is what you're saying. He has 3 stubby tails and a bloated body. And is probably going to die immediately. Wait. Where did he go? Spun? Oh, he went up. Because there's another Forgotten Beast on this layer. Who's also a humanoid. But isn't made of snow. Nish the Miller.
Forgotten Beast Kadranos has come. A humanoid composed
Kadranos,
of
thanks for the
sarcasm.
24th month.
It has 2 arms and a Twitch Prime subscription.
Man, I wish all these beasts had Twitch Prime subscriptions. That's crazy. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel alive and well. Means a lot, dude. Nish, the Miller, has created a chalk bracelet named Letter This Chick. Letter This Chick. I'm just gonna give that to the mayor so I don't lose it. Ah, there he goes. Pop goes the beastie. Not Kidranos. I read a name that I read previously in my thingy. Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. All right, so I need to go back down to here and just see what's going on here. Okay, so I've got a mangled corpse, among other things. I don't know how many of these are friendly. None of them are. All right, so I need to open this up. Although they're probably just going to go get caught in the cages. It's a bit of a shame when you think about it. Bit of a shame. Oh well, like I said, more failed experiments. Although I will try to resurrect that one again. We'll try to resurrect that one again. Let's just go back down to corpses. Yeah, it's just Zos and Lateran that we have a second try on. Did the purple zombie get away? It got stuck in a cage trap, which is fine. I mean, I'm not going to kill it and resurrect it again, because by the time we kill it, it's likely that it'll just be, you know, unresurrectable, like completely mangled. So, you know, when that happens, I just kind of don't bother. Like, if they turn into a unusable zombie, then I will just let them live and let die, you know? Put them in there, put them in a cage and put them in the zoo. Or put them in a terrarium and put them in the zoo eventually, which is the actual plan here. Okay, let's just go down to levers. And Moreb Town Tome wants to join Brainrot, the bloated baker of goods. That's one of my zombies. Another zombie re-enters the fray. And Bootlegger, it's good to see you too. That emote needs to get more use right now, let me tell you. Alright, with all of that done, I can now go up to here. Throw you up there. Link you to this. Link you to this. And link you to this. And wait, what? Okay, so you're there. What about you? I have to... Yeah, that's... You're the one that needs to be released, Dudis. What kind of cage are you in? Tower cap cage? I think it's that one. Corpses don't rot if you put them on display. No, it's just more convenient that way, so I know that they're all in the room, and I don't end up with bits and pieces of things. I can just be very specific about what I want to put there. I don't think they're going to work a second time, though, because I think they're going to be mangled, most likely, which is unfortunate, but... You know, actually, let's just try it without the... Yeah, no, we'll do it with the cave-in. Upcycling? Sure! Sure. Let's add another necromancer to the pile. Why there a ghost there? You shouldn't be there. It's okay. Ghosts can't scare zombies, right? Should I care about ghosts? That's something I haven't really thought about. Yeah, the Lich is just an undead necromancer that I've renamed, so technically Moreb's a Lich. That's just to remind me that they're undead, because believe it or not, when you're just looking at them at a glance, it's kind of hard to spot that they're actually undead. That doesn't really answer the question, though. So yes, I should wait, hold on. That's not true at all. I always go out of my way to deal with necromancers. What the hell are you talking about? This is slander. That is an absolutely preposterous thing to say. I think you have it backwards, or I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, because when ghosts appear, the first thing I do is immediately, like, make sure that they get memorialized. That's caring about ghosts. So you're saying that you want me to memorialize them. At least that's how it's being written. Do you want me to do the opposite? I mean, ghosts just make more dead, which I can make into undead. Cheers, Wretched Television. Do they usually haunt near where their body is? They usually haunt where they died, but it depends on the type of ghost. Just waiting for somebody to release this poor necromancer. Two dwarves standing on ice, and then the water thought, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll deal with them, but I think I'll just be a little bit more lazy about them. I'll deal with the ones that cause problems, I think is how I'll do it. Because for the most part, like, moods are going to be kind of a non-issue. in this fort, really. Okay, so these two can just go stand down here. Actually, I'll make it these two. And then you do this. Good luck. Round 2. Okay, so we've got 1 success. We've got several re-resurrections, and this nightmare appears to have killed him at least twice now. Which is a wee bit of a problem, because I've just got a bunch of... Uh-oh. For the first time, we've actually ended up with some resurrection loops, but it seems that we got a dumb, rotten butcher out of it. And you didn't you have 1 job. How did that happen? Huh. I mean, the thing is, if a body is mangled, Wretched Television, you can't resurrect them, or they're significantly less useful. Like, I want to say this dwarf, one of the reasons I didn't bother with, like, trying to save them is they'd lost limbs. Like, you don't really want... Although I do have a intelligent undead Grammy, so that's kind of cool. What I will say is, you want the body to still be intact. How's that as a description here? You do want the body to still be intact, because if the body isn't still intact, then, well, let's just say that you're going to end up with some really useless zombies. Or they just won't be able to resurrect them. So I don't use weapon traps for, like, anything. Although I might start using them for things after the Siege update, but that remains to be seen. Their macro machine broke? No. I mean, I just make them see... I just put them in a squad and make them see something that they would normally want to kill, like a zombie, you know? Which is usually enough to just make them fight. Because that's all you need, is you just need them to fight. And try and fight. Let's try this in a little bit less of a combative way. I'm just going to place a cage right here with something spooky in it and see if I can have a little bit more luck without the cave-ins. Specifically because this one is undead, so Moreb is now no longer at threat of getting injured by the nightmares. Because when you're dead and you don't feel fear, then you can't be hurt by nightmares, so it's no longer a threat to them. So I could actually just use Moreb as like a permanent resurrection dwarf. But I can still catch the zombies in the cage traps, which is the actual desire here. Same with you. You're also a Lich Stormwolf, so I could actually just station these 2 dwarves down here permanently, basically. And now I don't need to worry about doing the cave-in stuff. Let's just pull it first. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make necromancers use their abilities, scare them. And the way you scare them is by putting them in combat, right? So take a wild animal that they would fight with. Take a goblin or a soldier or something that they would fight with. There's a strike happening here. And I think when, like, there's also an elementary school that's pretty close to here, and I think one of their kids goes on strike, like participates in the strike line up the street. Most of the people that are striking, I have to bitch about this for a second. Most of the people that are striking don't really do much. They're just kind of wandering back and forth with signs. Because, you know, it's like, I don't know, day 20 or something of the strike. But this kid just goes, woo, for like 35 minutes or so. Every day. From like 11 until like 11:30. And it's almost over for the day, so I'm very happy. I don't want to be the guy that shouts "shut up" at the strike, because they have the right to strike. But my God, this child is annoying. What are they striking? Just look up British Columbia strike. Basically, everything's on strike right now here. It's like our postal service is on strike. Like all federal workers are on strike. Yeah, it's a problem. Hopefully it gets sorted soon. It's already been too long. But yeah, chat. Anything that we can do to just keep the chat moving at this point. I just want discussion. Because, like, another beast has arrived. This one is a quadruped composed of... What? What the heck is pelagic K? Clay, not K. Clay. Pelagic clay? I've literally never heard of that before. What's up, the Musketeer? Ocean clay? Take me by the hand? No, but like, I don't think I've ever seen that before. I mean, I've seen coral before, but I don't think I've ever seen that before. Huh. Well, it's ugly. The murky eels of phlegm. Delicious. He's killed a buck rabbit, a llama, a ram, and a cat. We'll have to download more. And he's an enemy of the ferocious halls. Actually, can my dwarves even get in here at the moment? Yes. Okay. Well, let's just fight this thing. Let's see what happens. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Let's just allow some chaos to ensue. Here comes the Forgotten Beast, coming around the corner. Do remember that it do, in fact, have Deadly Deuced. Huh. All right, I need your prediction, chat. How many dwarves are about to die? How dare you work? It's not like I pay you to type, but how dare you work? Hopefully work's going well. Bad placement. I mean, it could be better. Could be better. Woof. I think it really depends on what the dust does. What the dust does. Whoop. That was quick. Oh no, that's previous thing. Unrelated. It's only made of clay though, so it's pretty brittle. That was a weirdly loud click sound. I saw that zombie get resurrected and like unresurrected in the chamber like a dozen times, but I was like, why was that sound so loud? It was all of them happening at once. Oh, that's funny. Can clay be reanimated? Well, this one can't. I could put it on a pedestal and find out. Yeah, no, Zos is like one of the bodies that, you know, I tried to resurrect. Now let's see what happens. I see. They're all drowsy and injured. They're all blistered and rotting. Same as the previous Deadly Dust, actually. Which is in the lower level. Most can, yeah. I mean, those probably can be resurrected. I was actually kind of hoping it would just, like, suffocate my dwarves. Because that would have been very helpful. I'm a horrible person. Holy shit. Do I have enough beds in my hospital? Who needs beds? I certainly don't. I don't know. I would have to care. They don't actually need beds. They'll just heal better. I've got my diagnoser going to work. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game when the ads hit. And we got the we got the small piles of forgotten beast blubs. The glubs. Status: no health problems. Problem: Meh. Serious blistering and advanced rot on the entire body. It's okay. Iron doesn't mind. Needs cleaning. Hey, this is an excellent opportunity for some cleaning surgery, for some surgery training. Okay, this was a bunch from a while ago. Well, it's beginning. Yeah, no, it's great surgery experience. Are those pieces falling off? No, but they're going to be cut off in a moment. They're rotting off, essentially. I don't think that this helps with, like, dealing with fat, though. I was going to make a dyer's shop, wasn't I? Well, we're just going to wait until the ad break that we're currently in ends. You're thinking if you have a stockpile full of suspicious stew, but a tavern over it, the taverner would just feed undead dwarves the stew? So I straight up have suspicious stuff, like magic potions in this fort, and I can't get dwarves to eat it, and I've tried basically everything but that. They don't seem to, like, classify it as food, which is actually a little weird. Which leads me to believe that something, like, quietly fixed that as a problem. But I don't think so. I mean, maybe? I don't really care all that much. It's the drowsiness that is actually a little bit concerning here. Because if they are very drowsy, here's the question though, are the zombies don't appear to be very drowsy. Because if they are very drowsy and, like, unable to sleep or unable to wake up, that's a suddenly large amount of blood. Holy shit. If they are unable to wake up, that's actually really good because then I can just starve them to death. Damn, so I'm a bad person. In other news, we got to release this Radis. This here Radis guy. Lock this. Cancel your orders and pull this lever. Let's see if I can resurrect Zos once more. Apparently we did. We also now have another named, resurrected, Zambi. Although, this is always weird when this happens. It's got a normal dwarf sprite for some reason. Oh, I never forgot in this case. Don't worry about it. The real question is, why do you have wrong Sprite? Like, I ordered Diet Coke and you gave me a Diet Pepsi. Anyway, chuck him on the pile. Sure, he'll be fine. Probably we're gonna update when he gets close, you reckon? Yeah, probably. Certainly possible. Well, Zos is back. That's good. So who's doing the doctoring? There we go. Mobilizing break and all that. Yeah, they'll sort it all out eventually. Question is, are they still drowsy? No, okay, so they're getting over the drowsiness. That's kind of a shame. You like the crab room and the snake room? Crab room looks delicious, if you ask me. I also kind of screwed up because I don't think I have any male king cobras in this room. Or I do, but clearly don't have enough because none of the eggs are getting fertilized. It's the crab rave? Oh, yeah. And it's quite the crab rave, too. Actually, speaking of the crab rave, I'm just gonna double check to make sure all those are locked in there, which they are. And I'm just gonna open the door up for a moment and just go here and type in crab. We're gonna make some crab meat, I think. Because I've got a lot of crabs, and they self-replicate as full-size crabs, so... There's also one rattlesnake hanging out in the middle of the crab rave. Wait, did I set pinchers and crabicus? I did. My bad. There you go, I've saved pinchers and crabicus. I certainly was definitely not looking at all at what I was clicking. Litibe, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Wretched Television. Wretched, welcome back. I mean, not that way. I'm sure we can let Crabicus perish. I should make a better hospital, though. I do feel a little neglectful about this area, so I think I'm going to dig this out a wee bit. And we're going to embiggen this hospital a tad. I'm also going to jump up to the surface. And we're going to hack down some more of the cacti, because what do I care? They're just cacti. And I'm just gonna go over to here. And we're gonna see what we can do with some of these pumps. Yeah, I could do that. That would probably be the wise thing to do, to be honest. It's making a really nice a hospital right next to the necro pit. Like making it like the biggest room. Like a giant prison and also a really, really, really high-end nice hospital. Yeah, I think we could do that. We could make that work. For sure. At least if you're going to neglect... We're not neglecting them. We're taking excellent care of them. We want their bodies to be fully intact when they die. I will not stand for such statements of inaccuracy. There is no neglect here. Only tender, loving intent. Etc. For their remaining moments. There's this animator on YouTube that I follow who mostly uploads shorts. But they're just like I don't know, 10-second bits, basically, right? And they made one that was like lady in a room, and she's just like, honey, would you ever cheat on, and the lady and a guy in a room, and he's like, honey, would you ever, if I cheated on you, would you leave me? And her response was, no, I would stay with you. I mean, we got married, so like till death do us part, and I would stay with you for the remainder of your suddenly very short life. Kind of reminds me of... There's hundreds, if not thousands, of those types of channels, the Raging Cave, so. And like every single time she says another word, like his face shrinks. It's pretty good. And whenever a vampire drinks their blood, you're going to resurrect them? Have you seen my Fortress on vampires? Like, or the video I did on vampires? Because it honestly is kind of a pain in the fucking ass. So good luck. Oh no, I just realized that one of my... Okay, so my hospital is now at a standstill because 2 of my dwarves, who are hospital workers, are apparently now dealing with the same symptoms as everybody else in the hospital. So, hold on. I require more doctor. Also, to the person on the striking line with a whistle, I don't like you very much. You don't know me, but I really don't like you very much. Grammy Doctor Time, they're literally useless. Literally can't do that. I would if I could, but if you look on this list, there isn't a single gremlin on this list. So I literally can't do that. Is that a forking snake pit? Well, okay, no, that's not the snake pit. That's where the snakes make babies. This is the snake pit. That's the snake pit. I think because I brought the gremlins with the adventurer, they do even less than they did when I caught one myself. So because I didn't catch them myself, they seem to be doing even less, which is a little bit frustrating if I'm being honest, but I'm just not worrying about it too much. Why is there so much vomit in the snake pit? Because the doors to the snake pit are locked. And so nobody could get in to clean up the vomit when somebody vomited in the snake pit. Clearly they didn't read the signs, please don't puke in the snake pit. Good lord. Well, the good news is there's only like 2 dwarves left resting, and one of them is a zombie who has no ability to stand or grasp, mostly. What do you need for treatment? Yes. Well, the good news is things are all up and running once more. And I'm actually going to pause my soldiers' training for a wee bit, because I kind of want them to go do literally anything else, because the fortress's population is so small, we have tasks that need doing. No, the king cobras just don't cause nausea. They just simply make you spasm, get paralyzed, and then suffocate while sleeping. But they're also like glass cannons. Like king cobras in Dwarf Fort are actually extraordinarily fragile. So it's not really like the most useful thing, but I like it because I think it's fun. So they're all spine? Sure, certainly. And in a rigging sense, they'd be all spline. At least you can't accuse them of having no spine, you know? They're certainly not spineless. Okay, speaking of bad jokes, I'm going to go up to here and just... Because every fortress that is focused on this kind of necromancy needs a self-destruct button. So I'm building a self-destruct button real quick right here. And then I get to figure out how, in the name of all that is Dwarfy. Because we've got what? How many layers do I need to get through? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So chat, how many of you have built a pump stack that goes through an aquifer? Because I'm about to. Thankfully, it's only like 6 layers tall. So, pro tip about aquifers. Dwarves can't dig through aquifers when they're going straight down, right? Because the jobs cancel. But they don't cancel if you're going up. Seems difficult? Well, you should try. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun things you can do with an aquifer. Although, actually, now that I'm looking at this, I shouldn't do this in this spot. I should only go up 1 in this spot. The rest of it should be right here. Oopsies, that's the wrong tool. Let's go back down to here. And now we wait until somebody decides to get off their butt and go do the thing that I want them to do, which is not construct for the moment. There you go. Go do that. So you go up. Then I get to redo this because you canceled the stairs next to you. I'm confused also. When you're saying you're not going to we're gonna die, stop digging, sad LH. Are you talking about the fact that they weren't digging that right away? I mean, they were all building. They were too busy building to realize they had to dig. They would dig if they were done building, but I can simply remove that task from them without canceling it or pausing it or forbidding it or anything, so. Chat, what games are you playing right now? Everybody always asks me what I'm looking forward to. What are you looking forward to? I feel like every video game on Earth just released this week. Like, Battlefield just dropped, plus a bunch of other things. There is an alternate reality, not one that I currently live in, where I would be playing nothing but Battlefield. There is a reality there. But like I said, I not one I currently live in. Nothing new. Fair enough, Stone. Still hopelessly addicted to Vintage Story. That's such a neat video game. You just started your Yakuza journey? Yeah, that's the journey, all right. Neverwinter Nights. Like the original? Or one of the various remasters they did? The Enhanced Edition? I tried to play Neverwinter Nights once with a friend when I was little, and it was too confusing, so we just played Civilization instead. But I sometimes wonder, like, what would have happened if I'd finished that playthrough. Like, But I have become super into Neverwinter Nights. Can imagine that world. What blocks do I have a lot of? Just granite. We'll use granite. Okay, so then I need to go down to here. Just go and do this. This is more the priority, these levels up here. The ones with sand. So I'll just not worry about these lower ones. Oh, yeah, we just won't worry about these lower ones. Are you enjoying it today? I mean, the classic advice for video games is don't let negative reviews ruin your video games for you. I played a shit ton of games with like mixed to like not very rarely negative reviews, but I've played plenty of games that have mixed reviews and very much enjoyed them. I just realized I literally can't do this in this pattern. I have to do it one tile further this way. Oh, no, never mind. I don't need to. We're good. I thought I wasn't going to be able to... no, actually, no, I do have to push it one tile further. It's too close to the edge of the map, so I can't go one further. And I need this space open for the pumps. So I have to rebuild those lower ones, which is a little annoying, but... it's not too bad. I have some, like, real-life industry friends who worked on that game a whole ton. So personally, it's not that I'm biased, I'm kind of hesitant to, like, be mean to that game, I guess. Even though, like, it's not a game I'm ever gonna play. Oh, I don't even need to worry about this layer too much right now. Seems most of the RPG elements were removed. Yeah, it looks like a Dishonored clone to me. Which, I'm not gonna lie, Vampire Dishonored sounds kind of rad. Because, like, that's a pretty cool universe, and I really liked the Dishonored games, but... although, I'm weird. I actually really like... so, the Chinese Room, which is the studio that ended up actually making that game, a lot of people really hate their games. Like, everybody's gone to the Rapture and, like, Dear Esther and stuff. I kind of fucking love their games. I really, really like them. They just make, like, weird, short, like... how do I word this? What is, like, the term for, like, things that are way too far up their own ass? I know that's, like, not very specific, but, like... pretentious, that's the word I'm looking for. Like, they make very short, pretentious, like, art games. And I kind of love them, but, like, I do get why, if you want an RPG, that's, like, maybe the worst studio you could get to make your game. I mean, yeah, like, I think that there's a world where that's like, I'm just guessing, right? Because I wasn't a fan of Vampire the Masquerade anyway. I never played that game. But I think that there's a world where that's a bad Vampire the Masquerade sequel, but a good video game, and I think that's maybe the best outcome. Which means it'll get bombed for the first, you know, I don't know, year that it's out, and then eventually people will be like, actually, the game is pretty good. That's kind of how I see that going, but that's the thing though. They've been moving away from that. If you look at other games that they've worked on since, like, everybody's gone to the Rapture Wary Cannery, they've made a good few games that are, like, very much not just artsy walking sims. Like, they recently put out a horror game last year that, like, has kind of a lot of mechanics to it. So I don't know. That studio's gotten a lot bigger than what they were originally. They've come a long way, I guess. From that, like, Amnesia, the Machine for Pigs game, etc. Or is Saints Row in the studio shuts down in half a year? I'm sorry, what? Why would the Chinese room shut down in half a year? Hardsuit Labs, which was the studio that made it, already shut down. And also, Saints Row, like, Visceral existed for a really long time before they shut down. That was a weird PAX when they shut down Visceral, because Visceral was supposed to be at PAX that year. This is like the fourth deadly dust I've got! Sorry, I'm just... Why so much dust? By dust do us part. The Forgotten Beast, Oz Zibu. Oz Zibu has come. A huge scaly ape. Also, speaking of huge scaly apes, how you doing, casual elephant? I'm sorry, it was right there in front of me. I had to. It has a broad horn and it undulates rhythmically into copper, and its copper scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. That's quite the streak. Necrontier. How's my favorite tryhard streamer doing? You haven't heard anything good from early Vampire reviews and previews? So the only person that I know who's played it, Clem Hazard, is the community manager of World of Darkness. So I think she's a little bit biased, but all of her social media has been really positive on the game. That's all I have to say. Ugh. Got any spare dwarfs? At least one, yeah. What kind of dwarf do you want? I guess is the question. Le beard or none of le beard? Happiest if we have more than one. We've got a Sodell the Woodcutter. I like how the two happiest dwarves are both Sodells. Sounds fine. Sounds good to me. What a huge scaly ape. The question is, what scale are you? I would think that you'd be kind of like a C sharp. Because of the C in your name. Because you certainly aren't a C dull, if you know what I'm saying. He got caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He is prone to strong feelings of lust, and he is bashful. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He is often cheerful and quite ambitious. He has a calm demeanor, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and I hope that Forgotten Beast is not close to the fortress. He starts to drone when he's exasperated, and when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. He dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Good luck with that. And deeply respects skill at arms. Actually, I should put you in a squad. And finds leisure time waste... Ooh. Dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. Should put him in a squad by himself and make him attack my old fort. It's like, well, good luck. You're just going to go die now. He finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and dreams of becoming that legendary warriors. He likes nice lead and flash opal and cotton fabric, rabbit parchment, and the color dark scarlet. Man, it was like storming this morning, and now it's sunny. Beautiful. He likes hatch covers, figurines, walrus men for their whiskers, and the words of the Auburn boulders and the sound of the Umber poem and the sight of the euphoric styles. And when possible, he prefers to consume oyster and blood amaranth beer. And also, it just dawned on me. It's daylight savings this Sunday, isn't it? Fuck. And blood amaranth beer and whip wine. Whip vine. And absolutely hates fire snakes. I'm going to a concert on Saturday night. And it's daylight savings. Is it next week? I think it's Sunday. Hold up. Let me just look. One hour back. That means I get an extra hour of sleep, though. No, it's the 2nd. It's not the 26th. It's the 2nd. That's kind of a bummer. For a moment there, I was like, oh, that would mean I'd get an extra hour of sleep the night that I'm going to be up way too late. Damn it. I was excited for a second there. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it's November 2nd. It's the day before the Siege update. Now let's see where that beast is. Ah. Hello, friend. The Dust of Oozes. That sounds like a, like a Caves of Crud critter. Lonk? I don't know what a Lonk Siege stream is. I'll say what I always say, though. I'll stream as long as I feel I can. Well, we got another beastie to kill. And some ads are about to run. So I'm going to go clean out my coffee mug. I'll be right back.
Primeval's up, you
This is one ugly motherfuck. One ugly mother. Except you're 6 feet tall, so you're nothing like a dwarf then. Hushpool. If you would like to get a dwarf, you have to tune into Twitch, Hushpool, and save up yourself some channel points, 500 of them. Basically, just watch for a little bit and or follow. And then you have to redeem one. And I have water, so I did clean my coffee mug. Besides, I have to try and convince people from the YouTube side to come over to the Twitch side because view counts are real low over here on Twitch. Because it is... every video game is out season. Sag. And Lore Nerd used to be rich. Congratulations. I hope that work is going well. I haven't seen Jesus in a while, thankfully. It's terrifying. Not a big fan of zombies, personally. Gotta keep talking to keep counting his viewer. Yeah, that and like... also, I think Twitch is just straight up down. It looks down, at least on my end. Shit's just like not loading. Main menu load. Main site loads. Maybe it's just being slow. Weird. No, I'm generally a very lurker-heavy channel. I reloaded twice, and it loads now. It just, like, kind of hitched for a hot second there when I went to refresh something. No, I'm just a very lurker-heavy channel, and the way that Twitch is now counting viewers to, like, disincentivize lurkers, like, really kind of sucks for me. Because I'm a very lurker-heavy channel. So because there's a lot of lurkers in this stream, there's only so much I can do. Here comes the squid. Oh, Crundles! Excellent. Monster bait. Undead? No, there's no necromancers in my army. Yet. Whew. Okay, so that is the Beast of Ooze's blood. That isn't my Dwarf blood yet. But the first two dwarves are fighting with the creature, who is bleeding to extreme amounts. But yeah, if you watch more than 3 channels at once on Twitch, you no longer count as a viewer in any of them, supposedly. At least that's what the testing is saying. And if you're not, like, the one that's being focused on, you don't count at all. So it's like... the result being, if you're a channel like mine, where you play the same thing a lot, and if you're just somebody that people kind of listen to, maybe while watching other streams, like, all of my ADHD viewers now no longer really count, which sucks. 5, 6 children? You mean 6 haulers? I don't see the problem with, like, children in migrant waves these days. Like, some people get weirdly, like, agitated when kids migrate. You can actually turn down the maximum number of kids that can migrate to the fort in the migration settings, though. Forgotten Beast breaks the grip. The wrestler hacks the Forgotten Beast with a copper battle axe. We got iron battle axes in the mix as well, and more copper battle axes in the mix. Found pause and then repause a couple times. What else do we get? Wrestler hacks Forgotten Beast in the foot. Okay, we're tearing some nerves, but my dwarves are in fact getting caught in clouds of dust and bouncing back and forth. And then whenever it comes around the corner, all of the Mark's dwarves unleash a bunch of bolts. Like that. Which, hopefully he's equipping in his leg where they're getting lodged. Nope, unfortunately not. Are any of them hitting, though? Hacks the Forgotten Beast, hacks the Forgotten Beast, hacks the Forgotten Beast, hacks the Forgotten Beast, hacks the Forgotten Beast. I'm not seeing any... Oh, one of the wrestlers bit it. And one of my rotten butchers waves dismissively, and the Forgotten Beast looks dizzy. Oh, we have dizzy magic. That's actually very good for combat. Creature is now pale and winded. I'm not seeing my dwarves getting any syndrome yet. And the beast is dead. Glorious success. Who actually hit it? The wrestler hacks the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with a copper battle axe. Was it Titan that got it? Yeah, look at you. Master of Oozes. I would prefer you lurk on Twitch, because on an average Twitch day, I make roughly at or slightly above minimum wage. On a YouTube day, I make like $6 to $8. Just when it comes to stream revenue, I would prefer you lurk on Twitch. Like, if you want to help me, I would prefer you lurk on Twitch. Because this is the platform where I make 98% of the money I make streaming. Like, in a year, including super chats, I made, like, less than what I usually make in a month on Twitch. So that's where I'd prefer you put your internet bandwidth, is Twitch. And it's nothing against YouTube people watching. It's just kind of the way that platform works. I mean, that's obviously the best tumbleweed. Yeah, you can watch on Twitch without making an account. Why would you need an account for Twitch? Excellent! Everybody's dying! I realize that's an odd response to have, but... Seems like all of the ones that didn't clean the dust off themselves quick enough die. But I'm also, like, not able to find the ones as they're dying. Orange was found dead. Are they just like randomly suffocating? Hold on. I need to find somebody who's like coded in the stuff. Okay, yeah, no, it is just heavy bleeding. This guy don't care because he's a zombie, but... Well, that's great. What, excellent? They're all dying? I mean, I'm sure that's up there, yeah. Let's just deconstruct this. And reconstruct this. And... ooh. Go here. Why does it always take me so long to find the corpses menu? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And also they just died bleeding out. Like they're not dying from like they're not dying from like physical trauma. So that's actually really good for us. Death by a nosebleed, except it's every hole in your body and not just your nose. Could you put in a lurk or not a bot redemption in the channel points? Since Twitch likes to not count viewers. So I don't know. I don't think it's a not counts viewers thing. The tests that have been done is it's like completely unrelated to the channel points redemptions. Twitch has built in sponsors now, which is very useless for me. Also the fact that like I have access to that dashboard and I literally have never seen anything pop up there that isn't like just a stream elements like sponsorship, which I already have literally blocked them in my email so that they would stop emailing me about Raid Shadow Legends and HelloFresh. So like because of that, they are trying to count what advertisers consider to be legitimate viewers, which means if you just have like 8 tabs open of different channels, you don't count in any of them now. Or if you watch on like multi-Twitch, you don't count in any of them now. It doesn't matter if you're talking. It's number of tabs open, not like whether or not you're interacting. And for people like me, that really sucks because I've always had a very lurker heavy audience. For people who like incentivize like spam and chat stuff, like that's generally going to be the only stream that they're watching. Twitch tabs, not all tabs. So if you have like 5 streams open all unmuted, what's up, Creed? Then you don't count in any of them, which is a pretty fundamental change, which also really sucks because from what I can tell, like I've literally never seen anybody actually get anything out of this feature that they're building. I'm totally fine with them counting legitimate viewers. I just think that the restrictions on lurking is a little silly. And like, I've been kind of down the past few days, and like the last stream that I did kind of ended on a sour note, mostly because like I'm genuinely a little bit worried. Because I know lots of people like to shout about how much they love YouTube. It's not a viable streaming platform for me. I do not see a world where I could financially make streaming viable. And I don't make enough on my YouTube channel to be able to do just that full time and not worry so much about the streaming stuff. So when I seem like a little stressed right now, it's because I am kind of worried about some of these changes that Twitch is making. Like I'm fine, but like it's sort of like getting a notice from your landlord that your rent's gonna go up. You know, it's like, I'll be okay, but like, I have to like think about things differently and like manage things differently and try and culturally do things differently in my channel. That's all it really is. What you need to realize is I get like 6 times the views that Krug Smash does, Tarantos. So
We require more minerals.
what Krug Smash has and what made his business viable is he has a Patreon that's very successful, or it was very successful. It's like a third or a fifth even of what it was because he uploads so infrequently now. But Krug Smash at his height, he was getting several $1,000s a month on Patreon. I exist because I get a similar amount of money per month on Twitch. Right? Like I have a Patreon and I have my blog, which I make less than $1,000 a month on. And I have tips as well. And all combined, it's not a huge sum of money, but it's not nothing. Whereas, like, I could tell you, just at a glance, Krug Smash, I shouldn't, like, guesstimate, but, like, he probably can't pay his rent with his YouTube money. I mean, for me, it's called Twitch, Program Gamer, or my blog, and let me tell you this, simply put, I like stability and I like what I do, which is why I push the Twitch channel. That's it. And no migrant waves in year 3, what do I do? I don't know. There's like a trillion things that could affect that. And most of them I wouldn't be able to determine why you're not getting migrants without actually like looking at your save, actively running. So I don't know. You tell me. They said they said that they traded like 3,000 value. Did all the traders leave the map? Deconstruct and reconstruct the trade depot and make sure that you're not at war with your home faction. But outside of that, I don't know. Sakamura, thank you very much for the 13 months and for helping keep the channel funded. But yeah, I just for clarity here, I will be fine. I'm just a little bit stressed at the moment. Just a little bit stressed. I'll just throw one of the zombies in here and link you to that. You don't always get migrants on an isolated island. Not all islands are isolated, but you won't be able to invade anything from an island. In regards to things in YouTube chat. Hope you got a decent sleep. I like your sprites, by the way, Radis. I'm doing all right for the moment. Just waiting for 2 more bodies. Just waiting for 2 more bodies. And also a Zambi. Here comes Zambi. Zambi is now already awaiting. And we need 1 more body. And... nah. Anytime. Anytime. Because the thing that like needs to be like stated as far as like the Twitch numbers changing is Twitch counting views differently isn't going to affect my money right now, because that just simply means that my view count will drop. But because of the way Twitch counts ad revenue anyway, and because of the way people support this channel anyway, my income isn't going to change immediately. But in the long term, it will place me lower in like the list of games that I stream, which means streaming games that aren't Dwarf Fortress is going to be tougher. Hey. And streaming or games that make my audience lurk is going to be tougher. and standing out is going to be harder. And showing up higher up in people's following lists is harder. That's the concern. So in the long term, it makes discoverability of my channel more difficult because of how specific my channel is. Are we necromancing? Naturally, Empire. Coding with Caleb. Thank you very much for the 55th month, by the way. Appreciate you, mate. So that's where the worry comes from. But this is the last body being placed, which is orange. Oh, I'll tell you this. The Siege update will do great for me. MGH in YouTube chat. Like, they say, you never know. Maybe your Siege update vids will do well, and there won't be much impact in the short term. I can tell you right now there won't be much impact in the short term. Which is why I'm trying to be proactive, you know? Like, my videos do fine on YouTube, right? And I can release a video and it makes $50. I could release a video and it makes $500. But I still do bad. Like, Twitch is still more than 50% of my income, right? And I've been pretty public about this for a while, that YouTube largely exists as a way to market the streams to people, because that's the only discoverability I have. So, is Unreal pace for DF? I would say it's actually getting back to like very, very historical pace, but it is pretty good. I would also say 3, because that die update was also pretty good. Like, Adventure Mode released, the die update came out. They reworked and fixed Mark's Dwarves. Yeah, I don't know. It is, though. Don't disagree with that. Okay, so you stand there, and you pull this. So, well, that went horribly. Absolute failure. What a fucking shame. Not a single successful resurrection. The die update isn't flashy, but it is a very good update, in my opinion. Well, that sucks. I have to. Tyrantos, because some of the new stuff requires new worlds. I mean, you don't have to, but I will be. The Lua stuff is huge, but it's one of those things that's going to be a slow burn. And take a while for people to notice why it's huge, I guess. Who knows? I'd be more surprised if I died to the first siege, because the first sieges are generally pretty small. But it's... who knows? We won't know until I see it. Let's just make this look cool. Efficiency be damned. Iron bars. I think that'll be cool. You're so amped to see the battering rams in action. There's a lot of things I'm amped to see. There's a lot of things I'm very curious about. Well, this kind of blows. Not gonna lie. And it does. I guess what I'm gonna do is this. I'm just going to make an aquarium. And I'm gonna put as many of the zombies in there as I can. And I think I'll just put that on the surface. And in case of invader, I will just release all the zombies. You have some ideas you'd like to make into a reality? I mean, right now there's that mod jam happening. I think it's right now. But there is that mod jam thingy. That's about the oldest Dwarf Fortress mod in the book. Like, other playable factions. Those have existed as and also custom factions have existed as long as I've played this game. So a lot of those mods are like, not even new mods, really. They're like updates of, updated versions of old mods. The Lua Up stuff, though, is like mostly under the hood changes that I don't think most people will notice. Stray Gremlin Rotten Butcher has forgotten her train. Oh, that's funny. And then I should also, you know, I'm gonna put some actual decorations and things in here as well. Let's just do 10 of these. I'm just gonna go up to here real quick and just smelt, oopsies, smelt some ore. Let's just get 2 repeating jobs done that can just cancel whenever, doesn't matter. We've got tetrahedrite and iron ore that we can just be smelting. You're making glass stuff. You're up here making them traction benches, which is what I wanted. And then this can become the hospital.
Quilak cheered. X200. Take these pixels that have been sitting in my Twitch inventory for who knows how long.
Thanks for the $2, mate. Appreciate you. The question is, were those things you purchased a trillion years ago and forgot about, or are those like old enough that they were like from the days when you could watch ads for bits? You know how I know that that was a long time ago? I was only ever able to do that once because that feature basically didn't exist in Canada. And the one time I used it, I got an ad for the second Planet of the Apes movie. Probably the former. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, though. Seriously. Thanks, Tom. Let's also grab one of these. Let's go with claystone coffer. I really like the red bauxite coffers. They just look so nice. Okay, so this is going to be the hospital, which means I can go up to here and get rid of this zone. Deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, and of course, deconstruct that, and also, and just wait. Wait, you forgot to go to work? Bootlegger? How does one forget to go to work? I just intentionally don't go to work. Like the rest of us. But no, seriously, you have a good day at work. Maybe don't forget to go to work. That seems bad for your work. Vote crab for president? How about emperor? There's a room full of snakes? Yeah, and a room full of crabs. I would say it's like my ex, but that's unnecessary slander against my ex, so. What are all these snakes about? Well, there's Bitey, and Bitey, and Bitey. Speaking of Bitey, I've also got a thing that I was working on over here, which is now full of water. Grumble. A crab named Emperor is somewhat scatterbrained because he doesn't have much of one. It's mostly a pin. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He has a low sense of self-esteem because he's a crab, and he is a friendly individual. He is often lustful, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger because he's a crab and nothing can defeat crab. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to think before acting. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. And likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Oh yeah, he's an emperor. So his mom and dad live here. And so does his parental grandmothers, his parental grandparents, and his marital grandparents, and marital grandparents. Because, so fun fact about animals, in order for them to have a baby, they get married and divorced. So that's why it says that they have marital grandparents, because like, they do get married and then divorced, and that's why the game tracks, it like that. And you can see all their half siblings and everything. They all have a family resemblance. How's the crab rave? It's crabbing. Naturally. As a crab, I confirm that I am brave, says AJ in YouTube chat. Unambitious and have low self-esteem. I mean, I don't know. They're pretty brave. Not the smartest either. They're not the most learned types, you know? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Make die. Nope. Literally have nothing that can be made into dye. That's actually really funny. Go figure. And then you guys heard what I said about being intelligent, and then YouTube chat AJ22 says, "What is smart?" Well, it's the first half of the word Smarties, which is a type of candy. Also, shoutouts to this dwarf, Id, who has no arms. So what are you doing with your life, Id? When you rejoin the fortress, because they will eventually, I should just like make this dwarf into like the bookkeeper or something. So John Dutch, as I said earlier, if you would like to name something, you gotta tune into Twitch and redeem a name. Which anybody can do, but you do have to redeem it. We have a channel points redemption here for that. Otherwise, I occasionally chuck things out into the YouTube chat, but we use channel points on Twitch for that, because YouTube doesn't have a comparable equivalents. Yeah, I mean, what else is he gonna do? Like, I could also make him into a librarian, I guess. Could be like a scholar. I want to say 3. Hold up, let me check. I should have written this down, actually. I want to say it was 335. Actually, hold on, I can check you. 334. 334 was the year this fort began. Oops, shit. Don't, that was too early. When Steam refuses to boot? I've had that happen more times recently. It's a little odd. It's strange, because like I'm used to Steam being super duper duper reliable for the most part. Now this dwarf is stuck. Had to double boot it to get it to run? Weird. Clearly you didn't hear me the first time. But how did I get crabs and snakes as starter pets? I got crabs and snakes as starter pets by making an adventurer. If you go back to the first VOD of this fortress, you'll see how that works. Also, id just asked to join the fort. But I got the snakes and whatnot as pets by... I'll just make him into a performer for right now. Seems fitting. But yeah, I got them in by making a adventurer, and if you start them as an outsider, you can literally have any animal that exists in the world as a pet. Stackwood, the doctor is visiting. You know what? Why don't we just let visitors? I'm not sure. Oh, I see. I left the library public by mistake. Whoops. But yeah, that's how you do it. If you start as an outsider, you can have any animal that exists in the world. But alternatively, if you start as a elven-aligned character, I had a gremlin that was found dead, and I'm not sure why. Oh well. Anyways. But yeah, you can start with any animal that exists in the world if you have a... if you start as a outsider adventurer. Otherwise, you are limited to the animals that faction has. It literally doesn't take any skill. You just have to know how to walk to a location. If you can walk to a location in adventure mode, you can complete that task, Linux. There is no skill required there. Believe it or not. You just need to know how to walk somewhere. Which, believe it or not, most of America is incapable of because of how their cities are designed. So, I guess it's perfectly understandable. Sorry, that's really mean, actually. So in YouTube chat, if you start something new, the new themes you choose from are set up for forts? Wait, what do you mean? Like, are you asking how I come up with the themes? I've been playing this game for a long time. If you're new to the game, don't worry at all about themes. Just play. Learn the game first. Don't worry about how you theme your forts. Theming forts is something that you do when you've played the game so much that you've run out of shit to do. So don't worry about it, would be my advice. Was when you went to college and in the downtown of a big city. Yeah, makes sense. I have to live walkable places because I can't legally drive because my eyesight's terrible, so I kind of don't have the option. Which is why whenever people are just like, why don't you live somewhere with cheaper rent? It's like, because I can't. Okay, his dudism I'm actually going to memorialize, methinks, because that was one of my necromancers who was very helpful. And besides, it's not a necromancer fort without a healthy graveyard, you know? Oh, I'm aware. Quaylot. I'm aware. I have other money pits, though. You know, like computers. And record players and tape decks. I also just have a big hole that I dug out back. Iron, the blacksmith, dwarf, rotten butcher withdraws from society. Oh, that's exciting. And they claim the metalsmith shop. I think they grabbed iron. Has anybody here seen the Onion short from like 2005, which is the big hole? And it's literally just like a 2-minute parody of like basically news media just talking about how America can't stop throwing money into this giant hole and nobody really knows why, but they just keep doing it. Shining bars of metal. What do you need next? Skeletons. Okay. I think you need me to butcher another skeleton. Holy Erythrus. Holy Crundles. I love the fact that I could butcher a zombie gremlin. There is something to be said, though, for, like, the hobby of cars that I kind of envy. Like, when I was younger, like, as a little kid, like, I was like every other little kid. I liked cool cars, and I still do. Like, I like... there are things about cars that I like because they're cool machines, but... What, giant moles? Tiny Hippo? I would agree. Most likely. Certainly not a RAV4. Does zombies have more parts value than alive creatures? I would presume it would be the parts value of said creature because they're no longer a zombie when they're unalived. So when they're alive, they become dead, but they're still that creature. Then they become a zombie, but they're still that creature. Let's enjoy the earlier Fast and Furious. That first movie is awful. At some point, if you've seen all the Fast and Furious movies, or any of them, go watch the first one, because my god, that is a weird movie. Although, speaking of bad movies, a podcast I listened to reminded me of the existence of the movie Torque recently, and I rewatched the trailer and got a wave of weird nostalgia having seen that movie once before. Don't ever watch Torque unless you like terrible movies. It's like Fast and the Furious, but significantly worse and about motorcycles. And also extremely sexist because it came out in like 2004 or something. The Forgotten Beast, Weri Mothadalatha Lifuefii, okay, has come. A great hairy snail. It has thin wings of sweat skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Oh no. Not the webs. The ferocity of boats. Terrifying. How quick is it moving? Quite fast. And it can fly? Fuck this shit. That means I have no way of... Aha! Well, Are you going to be a hero, Dwarfus? Oh, you don't have any bolts. Okay, so no. Oh, am I out of... I'm out of quivers. I also don't have a leather shop. That answers that. Also, there's a dead body in here. Where'd you come from? Oh, you were that random visitor. Hold up, I guess I should try to resurrect you too, eh? Hello, Devilish Potat. How is Devilish Potat? Home early? Well, that's good. What if I tempt you to go fight that other forgotten beast? The one with the dust. Okay, how about I drop a rock on your head? Maybe you'll be very tempted to stay right there. And if that's the case, it's very good news from me. Yours truly, Humble Dwarf. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be right with you. Come on, dwarves. Get to it quickie. I'm also going to leave this locked. This isn't really a Hammer of Armok. This is just a brick. Yeah, I'm very excited. Isn't prepared. Also, username checks out. I am also not prepared. None of us have any expectation of what is going to befall us. Yeah, tiny slab of Armok, exactly. Or as I used to call them, the Splatbox 9000. Or Splatplats. If I made a platform and did this, I used to call them Splatplats, but Hammer of Armok just sounds so much cooler. He's just standing there menacingly. He's very hypnotized by that door. Huh? Oh. Felt really dumb for a second there. It's like, why are you no connect? Now, see, normally I would be concerned about the safety of my dwarves. But in this case, honestly, I'm really not. So I'm just going to tell them to pull this once this is done. So, who's linking this? Somebody is. Tiberius is. Oh, also, speaking of safety. I'm gonna move a bunch of zombies into here. We're just gonna have a zombox. Because I need to open up those cages. And dunzos. Just about. Time to make an undead zoo. No, that's storage. I might redistribute them into a zoo-like structure, though. Okay. Forgotten Beastie's still here. Let's see how this goes. See if we can make this monster go splatster. Now, please. Imush has the honors. The lever has been pulled. And just like that, the beast no longer exists. And I have a hole in my floor. Thankfully, that can be filled with some bricks. Whew. All right, squatties. These guys right here. And I can open this, and also dig through this. Zombie? Isn't that what Undead Sonic is called? Okay, I got some ghosts I gotta deal with real quick. Let's just use these as decoration. Oh no, I waited too long. The gremlin is rotting. Real quick, I'm just going to see if I can save. Oh, man. I just thought of a way I could do this in a kind of a brutal way. So I'm going to go to this pit pond and just assign a zombie to it. The two ghosts have been put to rest. So by assigning a zombie to that pit pond, some random dwarf is just going to go chuck a fucking zombie, in fact it's ice blue, into here, and hopefully it'll be out long enough that it'll make the dwarves go into combat. Or the necromancers go into combat. Wish me luck, chat. First time catching the stream, but you're gonna have to leave the stream tab running back. You'll be back in a bit, though. Don't let the zombies bite. I mean, okay, but what about the giant king cobras? Stuck in an aquarium with a bunch of zombies? Hey, you know, at least they're all friendly in there. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's just be a little bit more careless then. I'm gonna pen pasture this zombie over there so that we can resurrect this guy. No. Come in. There you go, over to there, and boop. Anyways, you better run. Look at that. I now have another very convenient body to resurrect. Hold up. I wonder... Did you... Oh, we must have resurrected... Hold up.
Bring out your dead!
Okay, so you came back, but not friendly. That's unfortunate. So if I just go here and be like, yo, pen pasture a zombie, then a nightmare will show up and kill them. And if they're friendly, then we keep them. This is actually like the most straightforward zombification strat I've ever seen. Because, oh no, there's a zombie. Ah, scary. Summons nightmares. The nightmares don't kill my necromancers because they're already zombies. So now I can just, like, pen pasture zombies out here until... Huh. I am a... Okay, that was less convenient. I guess I need more bodies then. Although I didn't even see. Did somebody get resurrected there? The pit strat does work. Oh, no, I actually, sorry, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like just the falling things with the cage traps. I mean, it's not that it doesn't work. Okay, let me just try this. Oh. Well, that was a huge mistake. Seeing as both of my necromancers appeared to be injured and in hospital. Maybe we should worry about that for now, actually. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm actually just gonna cancel this, and yeah, I'm just gonna cancel that for a week, for a little bit, and unassign these. And just in case they do decide to be dumb and release them, I'll just do that. And let's see, are we diagnosing? Yes, we are. The Crundle in the glass terrarium looks so funny. That is true, yeah. Oh no, trust me. I mean, like, I'm just gonna go back to the other method that I was doing this, Kalman. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Although, actually, I'm just going to go be a monster. I'm just going to go be a monster. Let's be a monster, chat. You guys want to be a monster? I want to be a monster. Let's see how many zombies I can make.
Over here, he has a sword.
That's the least of your concerns, trust me. So the idea of this is it knocks random dwarves that aren't supposed to be in cages into cages. So I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to make a new burrow called... Who needs food anyway? The living do, that's who. Let's have fun! Okay, so this is going to be everybody that is not already undead. Uh-oh. That's a bad sound to hear. Everybody that is not already undead. Except for maybe Elf, because I want to do something with you. And maybe the manager and the doctors. But everybody else, not the gremlins, because that's just silly. And then I'm going to set everybody to off duty. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock everybody down in here. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. Pausing. Hello, Elf. You're also the mayor, by the way. If your only necromancer dies, does your undead become feral and hostile? No. No, they're just... they are what they are. The necromancers don't have, like, control over them or anything. That's kind of my thoughts, yeah. I was going to leave Alf as, like, the only still alive dwarf. Or the religious leaders, maybe, as the only still alive dwarves, but... Can you be one of the necromancers? No! I mean, maybe. We'll see. I don't have any unnamed necromancers. I don't have any unnamed liches. So no, actually, you cannot. You could be a zombie, though. Does that work, Lennox? Only if there's mashing involved, as in, like, potato mashing? I could go for some mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes sounds pretty good right now, actually. Can be the armless performer. Sure. Lanix the Handy easily becomes absorbed in art and beauty in the natural world, is troubled by this because he dislikes the natural world. He has a profound sense of duty and obligation and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. I'm so sorry. You can't now. I should just get you training by yourself in a squad. Or, like, make you the captain of the guard and just watch him kick people to death. He has little interest in joking around, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He occasionally overindulges, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and and has gone without a drink for far, far, far too long. He does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he likes a bunch of things, but he can never acquire them. He's mostly friends with gremlins, but has a few kindred spirits in the fort. Has no memories and doesn't feel much. Hospital overhauls is something that Tarn has talked about doing for a long time. So I don't know what this duder needs. So... let me just unforbid everything. And just real quick. Open this, because maybe you want something from in here. Nope. I'm just going to DF-hack this, because I'm actually genuinely curious. Normally I wouldn't, but... Needs logs? But, like... Dude. You're not in a burrow, are you? You were in a burrow? Which fucking burrow were you in? Well, I guess that explains that. It's not rough gems. It was in the wrong order. Also, I have a pile of... I have a pile of rough gems. Yeah, I know. Scissordy. I know. We all have our moments, eh? It's my lack of sleep. It's making me soft. Susceptible to such simple pleasantries. Also, Scissordes has literally been waiting for like 2 days to say that. So in YouTube chat, they called me a cheater because a few days ago they told me to do that, and I called them a cheater. So, you know, I deserve that one. It's all's fair when you bring it upon yourself. All right, good luck there, Iron. All right, so now you might notice, these birds are all starving to death. It'd be very unfortunate if someone were to lock the door, wouldn't it? So unfortunate. So very unfortunate. In honor of the Gremlin Whisperer who sadly passed. Yes, it's such a shame. Who shall be memorialized for at least the next 45 minutes. And remembered. That the Great Gremlin Whisperer. Speaking of the Great Gremlin Whisperer, it's time for us to start placing statues of the Great Alf and the Great Kevin and the Great... I think I already placed one of the leaders. Must have just been the next one right by it. Those two chalk statues are to our gods, so actually I should put those in the temple. Throw a variety in there. Just need that to get placed, and then this to get placed. Although, we'll just lock the doors. So here's where I get to be a really bad person. Yes, they do. Sleepy Lobster, they do. Apparently that's intended, actually. In regards to that they prevent, in regards to them preventing, like, rotting. Thankfully, we've got all of these very helpful little zombies, such as Bismuth here, who was alive not so long ago. Who's currently taming Crundles, of all things. Yeah, we found out that when we were building the stupid swamp of stumps, because I've suddenly found a completely unrotted body and was like, what the hell? Oh, I've got no chief medical dwarf, apparently. I clearly need to move from a chief medical dwarf to a chief medical zombie, but... Or a chief medical lich. Yeah. Moreb, congratulations. You're now going to go become a better than competent surgeon. And Iron, the dwarf blacksmith Rotten Butcher, has created a mas. Gidthur. An iron cabinet. Or a little box of horrors. I wonder if you could name a fortress Little Box of Horrors. Let me check something. I don't want these dwarves to die bored. So I shall make this into a, I don't know, a temple to no particular deity. The future clasps. Little shop? Box? House? Sure. Can't do it plural, but Little House of Horror. Wouldn't want these dwarves to die bored now, would we? And honestly, the first thing I see is this militia captain meditating on death. That's a pretty badass scars. Some pretty badass scars you've got there on your face. Little coffer. Ooh, is coffer a word? I could call it the little chest, probably. Little chestnut of horror. A little bin of horror. How's that? I could also call it the little pit. Probably? Yeah, little pit. The little spit of horror. We'll go with that. Oh gosh. Some nonsensical, stupid beast demeanor that I do not care about has appeared, and it is here to fight me, probably. It is a hairy flea. It has a broad shell and undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow green, and its pine green hair is unkept. Beware its webs. Great. Abysmuck, the bloated deep of hogs. Well, I'm going to contemplate that one for a second. I will be right back. Oh, hey. Call me Claudie. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Jack, can I get a round of beers to the Raiders? I guess I'll call you Claudie. Some games. I have a new game, ARAM's Mayhem. What did they do to ARAMs? I haven't played an ARAM since like 2014, so it's literally been a decade since I played one of those. I'm trying to starve all of my dwarves to death right now, so this is very inconvenient timing. Where are you going? Oh. Fairly inconvenient timing on this. Also, it appears that the Master of Oozes can be heard howling throughout the fortress. Well, that's unfortunate. There's a howling spirit that the ceaseless noise is making sleep difficult. This spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried, which is fine because, quite frankly, my dwarves don't sleep. But now there's many augments. It's a bit like Hades. Oh, so like you get like, okay, fair enough. How about Thwack? Do I need to worry about you? A forlorn haunt. Seeking out locations or drifting around the place of death. This spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried. That's also fine. And honestly, that is fine because I'm of course looking to properly memorialize them. And because I feel bad watching all of these dwarves suffer here, I'm just going to tell somebody to go pull this lever. Oh. I guess I didn't connect it. Never mind, so that I can't do anything with that lever. Also, it appears that Dominok, the dwarf herbalist Rotten Butcher, has been elected mayor. Hold up. Alf no longer mayor? You didn't get reelected? That's nuts. Fired indeed, yeah. Oh boy. Also, stream birthday. How many years?
NANI?
My partner anniversary is in like 2 weeks or something. Also need to fix my lighting if the sun comes back out. But yeah, I think Murderous Haunts I just won't resurrect. The gremlins will hate it, but it's fine. They'll get over it. Or they won't, and then that's fine too. Oh. I can also turn all these off now. Since the door is locked anyway. Literally just waiting for them to die of thirst. I'm also kind of surprised by this. I mean, like, the most pissed off dwarf is one of my doctors, probably because of all of the miasma they've had to deal with, because we keep getting dwarves that are like, you know, rotting. Do zombies get ghosts? Most of those ghosts are actively also zombies at the moment. So, like, Master of Oozes is currently a zombie, but is also, like, you know, actively a ghost in the fort. Yes, I see YouTube chat. And this is, in fact, Dwarf Fortress, and in fact, not Caves of Cud. What made you think it was Caves of Cud? Boozy Fade. If you want fast responses, though, I do recommend tuning into the Twitch chat. Because the chat's generally more active over here. Master Vuzes is now laughing at people in the dwarf pit. Not laughing, he's like screaming. But yeah, sure. Laughing is just screaming with less enthusiasm anyway. And then this one is for Lauren Haunt, which is thwack. So we'll let them hang out and see what happens. The kind of funny thing is ghosts can actually become friends with people. Like this ghost now has a bunch of passing acquaintances. Which is kind of amazing. Sure. If we get any murderous haunts, I will get rid of them. Because, like, you can check what kind of haunt they are by looking at their description. If we get murderous haunts or sadistic haunts, I'll get rid of those because they maim and murder people. But as far as the, forlorn haunts go, they're not a threat. I'm gonna fix my lighting. That's a bit better. The zombie is the body and the ghost is the soul. They get separated after death? Yes. And if you make an intelligent undead, then they put the soul back in the body. The unintelligent undeads don't get reunited with their souls. They're just shambling corpses. I don't know what that means, Hushpool, but I'll have to believe you. I'm just clearing a bunch of notifications right quick that I don't need. All right. How do you make intelligent undead? Get lucky. In fort mode, it's literally just random whether or not they'll be intelligent or unintelligent when they get when they become resurrected. So you need a body and a necromancer, and then you need to just hope the necromancer does the right and not the wrong. If the necromancer does the right, then it's fine. If the necromancer does the wrong, then, well, then they die. And they don't come back as intelligent Tyrantos. But in not Tyrantos, Radbug. But if you're playing adventure mode, you just click the other button. Although in adventure mode, usually if you resurrect an intelligent undead, they attack you for some reason, and I've never quite figured out why. I'm pretty sure that's not intended, though. So hopefully at some point that gets fixed. Oh no, one of my gremlins is tantruming. I should kick his shins. Have you caught the beast yesterday? I didn't stream yesterday, so I'm not sure what beast you're referring to. Motor. That's a disturbing concept. Hushpool in YouTube chat. Talking about people playing video games so long that they die. Touch grass once in a while, yeah? Yelling at his undead form for being a dead. It's like, damn you, zombie, why didn't you get me? It's like, the Howling Haunt is just like, basically singing like a sad breakup song about, why didn't you let me in? You could have accepted me for who I am. We could have been together forever, and instead I'm floating around and have no body. I did catch a beast the day before. That's probably what you're talking about. But if you're talking about the Forgotten Beast, down here, yes, I do have this one. Gathastuk. But there's several more that have arrived since, which I need to deal with. And also, I've got an idea. I'm going to put Alf into a squad by themselves. Never mind. I'm going to put one of my gremlins. We're going to put Kit Fox in a squad by themselves. The Oily Jewels is the name of that squad, which is funny. I'm going to set you to training. And the name of this squad is going to be... The Mischievous War. And you are just going to go and train for all eternity right there. You are a zombie. Not a smart one. Unfortunately. Rat-Ratus. So this Grammy, the old Kit Fox. Oh, did I? I'm dumb. I have to remake that squad now because I accidentally deleted both. I wanted to delete the other Gremlin squad, but not this one. And you are going to be, once again, the... In it? I could call it the Green War. The Grim... Let's go with the Grim War. The Grim War, like, is in a Grimoire. And you're gonna go grab a knife, if I'm not mistaken. I should have a knife for you. And a shield, apparently? Oh, that's incredible. I did not know that gremlins could use shields. So, let's make this a squad of 2 gremlins, actually. Let's put in Bratwurst as well. So these 2 gremlins are going to train for a bit. And then these 2 gremlins are going to go and attack my old fort. This is one of the greatest mental images in Dwarf Fortress for me. Is just a gremlin and a gremlin going to go do battle. Because the rest of the dwarves are too busy dying. Same with Kevin, unfortunately. I kind of feel bad about Kevin. I don't want this character to die. I'm actually just gonna... Yep. Just to not waste our time. I feel like I need to give these dwarves some activity for their remaining days. As they, you know, are dehydrated and hungry and slowly beginning to starve. I wonder what kind of art they would create. You guys curious? I'm a little curious. And this one right here is just a zombie, for reference. Images of plump helmets, probably cheese, yeah. Probably images of food. That would check out. But currently we just smoothing. Okay, so who's the most pissed off now? It's probably one of the dwarves starving, right? Oh no, it's actually one of the dwarves who isn't starving to death. One of the few. The second most pissed off dwarf is currently hunting for small creatures and not going to live much longer. Far too busy. Oh, and we're in an ad break, so I will pause. Can undead citizens path through water tiles? No. Why are they starving? Because I'm starving them. Because you're no longer sub Tarantos. Your sub ran out. You head to bed, Dulkin. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for lurking today. What, Kit Fox and Bratwurst? Tibby? What's happening? I'm starving my dwarves to death. That's what's happening, YouTube chat. I'm making an evil Halloween fort. But yeah, Tyrantos, your subscription ran out, which is why you saw an ad. It wasn't random, it was the scheduled ad break that just happened. What's the use of the support in the building? It knocks things into cage traps so they don't get killed by nightmares. You won't vote for me? It's okay. The dwarves did. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't vote for me either because I'm not certainly not competent enough to run anything of value. Kit Fox is one of the two gremlins, and Bratwurst is the other gremlin in the gremlin squad. In the Grim War, you know, like this. I mean, this is a dabbling spear grem, and this is a also a dabbling spear grem. Except you have spear and a spear. You need to rise? You can't because your zombie is unintelligent, which means you would just stay working in a non-union job. Okay, so the first one is by this dwarf, Tubal, who is hungry and dehydrated. And he puts an image of a throne. Just wants a seat, man. This one over here is by Otaku McWeeb, and it's an image of gizzard stones. Okay, so Ognet, the fishery worker, and Voltok. Hopefully this ain't too grim, chat. Trying to keep it lighthearted, even though I'm literally intentionally killing my dwarves right now. Do smart zombies use Wi-Fi? Are they Wi-Fi enabled? That's a good question. I don't know. I think they're more of a radio signal kind of zombies, you know? That's upsetting. Engraved on the images of the eye on the wall is an image of 3 tall crosses by Votok. And down here, got two gauntlets by Ognet. Nobody's drawn beer yet. Well, you also need to remember that the most popular god in this fort is Kun-Kun, who is the dwarven god of death and the stars. If this fort ain't a suicide cult, then I don't know what is. So I feel like this is this dwarf's praying to it right now. Necrontyr is. Romanoid is meditating on death. Okay, so we've got one denier right here, but Zortos is, I guess, just going to deal with it. Same with Servesh. You're also worshipping the wrong god, but that's not a me problem. That's a them problem. This dwarf worships the right god. You don't. You do. So, yeah. That's... Yeah, I mean, Death in the Stars is very Lovecraftian, right? On the wall is an image of a coconut palm by Otaku McWeeb. Just like floral print. This is a single cut gem by Vabok. And then down here we have an image of a knoll, which is a musical instrument, presumably. And then here we have an image of a door. I think that, based on the fat furnaces here, this beautiful inscription on the wall by Imush, they just want out. They want an exit. It's like, how do you get out of... There's a... What is that? That riddle that you were in a room with no... Like, you draw a picture of a door, you put the door on the wall, and you step out the door or whatever. It's like some Wile E. Coyote shit. The ultimate prank Roadrunner. Basically, yeah. With no food at all? Who's the first to fall? The first to perish was Zortos. Clearly worshipped the wrong god. He was weak. Otaku McWeeb also made an image of octagon cut gems. Let's get a few more engravings. Was it no food or no farming? Potato. No food is kind of wild, but no farming makes perfect sense. The Forgotten Beast Kul Negathaxath has come. A huge skinless theropod. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly blood. Yeah. We attracted no migrants this season. I wonder why. Okay, you're gonna go die to the other one then. Cave Skull! What a good name, though. Kerplunk. Momaz was the second to be found dead. And pop. Whoa! Forgotten Beast takes the full force of the impact, which bruises the muscle in the lung. Oh, I see. You didn't die. Just parts flew off of you. For a second there, it looked like he died. Now you're up here. Cannot breathe, so is in the process of suffocating. The two of them are still fighting. And it seems that the deadly dust beast is once again victorious, killing the creature by kicking it in the left upper arm, which bruised it. Death by 1,000 thwacks, if you ask me. This is the Dominant Ancient. Ooh. An image of Gizzard Stones by Otaku McWeeb. They must really like Gizzard Stones. And another image of Gizzard Stones by Necrontyr. What's with the Gizzard Stones? And here is a rendition of the circular tome, a finely designed image of a dwarf. The dwarf is a symbol of the alchemical books, a dwarven civilization. Presumably, because the god of death is a dwarf, it's probably an image of our god of death in that rendition. Here is an image of the Silt Castle of Witches, a masterfully designed image of a powder, a dwarf, and gremlins. The dwarf is raising the powder. The dwarf is dead. The gremlins are cooking. The gremlins are laughing. The powder is burning. The image is a symbol of the bloated tuber of cooks, a local dwarven government, which I designed. Thank you very much for your appreciation of my glorious artwork. And nonsense. I do really like just the picture of the door on the wall. That is really funny. Well, the dwarves are starving and dehydrated now. Let's see what else we get. Yep. Well, gizzard stones are used as gems. Dwarves appear to be panicking, hunting for small creatures to consume. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Potato. They must have been using some sort of shenanigans. Like vampires or something, if there was no eating in the fort. Or like necromancy. Because necromancers don't need to eat, so if you just like immediately call for necromancy, you can make that work. In YouTube chat, they're saying that they saw somebody get to Mountain Home with no food in their fort. Like, no alcohol doesn't kill them, it just makes them upset. But no food would kill them, so. All right. Otaka McWeeb designed an image of dwarves. And this is an image of dwarves. And an image of a dwarf. Well, way to be the contrarian, Stukos. Gotta stay away from the norm, if you know. Hopefully zombified and not deadified. But yeah, gizzard stones, I don't know exactly how to describe them, but they're kind of like... It's like made out of like stuff that they can't digest, right? Or is it to help them digest stuff? I'm not much of a bird's anatomy person. I also wasn't much of a Grey's Anatomy person, so frankly, I think that probably should just check out. They get trapped in throat and grind seeds. Okay, so... I always thought of them like pearls, like bird pearls, similar to oysters, because they get sand stuck in their shells and then they make pearls on top of the sand, but... Necrontyr has been found dehydrated. Rest in peace, sweet dwarf. You know, now this is grim. I'm going to... Like, you know, with suicide cults, when they... like give Heaven's Gate as an example, they all poison themselves, and then once everybody's done being poisoned, they... Oh shit, Kevin also died. Oh well, I was unable to save Kevin. They then poison themselves by and they poison themselves and then get the remaining like cultists, I guess, to just prepare the bodies or dispose of the bodies. If I can get these remaining dwarves to like put the bodies on the pedestal, that is like one of the grimmest things I think I've ever done in this game. But I don't think I'll be able to pull that off because they're too busy hunting for small creatures to trying to not die. I mean, what do you mean? Oh, are we talking about like alcohol for rats? Cheese whiz. Duh. Certain creatures can only consume foods that contain certain types of ingredients. As an example, gremlins can only consume food that contain meat. So if all you have is veggies, even if the veggies are edible, they can't eat them. So you could make it so that Romanoid is like the true believer here. Doesn't even feel anything when he sees a body. Begone fear, he says. Yeah, that's fair. But, yeah, gremlins require meat. So maybe you could do that. You could make them like unable to digest like vegetables. Also, flavorade is such a funny word. Dragon Soul. That's not what I'm doing. No, Hushpool. No, I'm making zombies. I guess you're finally cracking. You hope that the bodies won't start rotting before they starve? Yeah, that could happen. They shouldn't, though. There goes Romanoid. And there we go. I think that's all of them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to link you to this, which you're already linked to, and link you to this. What? And then I'm just going to go into here. Pause all of the active tasks. Shit. The corpses are rotting. We got to get to it. Item on display. Come on, dwarves, get to it. I'm also going to delete this room for right now. Okay, that's got a Ruthrer in it. That should be enough, but... So I'm just going to throw one of those in there. Link you to this. Yeah, one of the dwarves is rotting from what I can tell. Or anyway, only one that I've spotted is rotting. Yeah, it's Moma's who's rotting. Which is ironic, because that's not the first one to die. Or very strange, actually, because it's not the first one to die. Okay, you're linked. Just need you to be linked. Why is there a giant rat in here? Okay, just go give it a pull. I didn't see the population go up. But we do have more rotten butchers in the fort now. Also a lot of unsuccessful zombies. This is some of the most unsuccessful zombifications I've ever had. Jeez. Well, that's a shame. Something has happened? Oh, I'm killing my dwarves. Although I suppose I should stop. Mostly due to lack of success here. I need splints. But I do need to stop killing my dwarves because that was very unsuccessful, which is super unfortunate. What's up, Brighturn? Yeah, I did earlier, Draken Soul. This time I didn't. I've been knocking dwarves into cages and starving them and then releasing them all at once with a lever, and that's been working. But this time I decided to not, and now I'm kind of regretting it. I love the fact that my mayor is now a zombie. Actually really like that. The mayor is a zombie also kind of sounds like a name for a... like some sort of anime. When they eat cheese, you could give them like joyous or something. Or like euphoric. Doesn't feel anything after getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. I like to think it's just the ghosts. I think I'm going to make the Master of Oozes a coffin. He's done his work. We're fortress getting around the inevitability of death and taxes by not requiring currency and letting your mayor be a zombie. Exactly. Speaking of not requiring currency, I do require combat with my old fortress. Also, I'm just going to note something. Because I was unsuccessful with getting any migrants for 2 years, I might let this fortress die and then reclaim it. What was that? Why did you sprint like that? It's weird. Must have seen something scary. Must be an angry bird or something. So my 2 gremlins are off to go raid Colorbeard. Colorbeard is my Very successful fortress. I'm also going to make a new squad. Well, actually, no. I'm not going to make a new squad. I'm just going to go to this squad. Well, move both my necromancers up to this squad. And just put them no orders. Just in case. I will also know that both of these dwarves are liches, so if they summon nightmares, they can't be hurt by them. Mebzuth, Diamond Waned. I'm also going to add the zombies to this squad that aren't in squads, because they also can't be hurt by nightmares. And Laya, hello. I have bad news. You're still alive, which means you have to die. But you're my manager, so you're important, so. No, I don't think you made it Necron tier. You are a unfriendly undead in a cage. Sadness, yes. Yes, much. Ooh, another thing I could do is I could, you know, like I was saying, like build a zoo for the undead. If I do that, something that we could do is we could, if I let this fortress die, I could return here in adventure mode and then kill all of the zombies. Do I not have a bone doctor who's functional? Oh, no, I don't want you to do that, Dominok. You can do it. Am I able to assign zombies to pits? Oh yeah, no, I could just throw them all into a pit. But if I leave them in cages, then adventuring here and reclaiming it will release them. So I could... Sorry, what? Ryder? You mean like the Google Doc thing I did forever ago? No, because it didn't really get many suggestions. Also, I sort of forgot about it, to be honest. I think so, unless they fixed that. Wretched Television. I'll say, Fractabellum, nothing. Lyagushka, the manager has been taken by a fey mood. This dwarf is really happy, which is kind of wild to me. In a public mortuary? I'm pretty sure all of the liches / necromancers are named, because there's not that many of them. I should just make the book public, though. You know what? Actually, I'm going to do that. Let's get this copy of Departure, the Definitive Guide, into the library. What's the mood Dwarf asking for? The game was paused when they went there, so it doesn't really matter. No, they don't need anything. The game pauses when they claim the thing. I have it set to do that. But no, they're going about it. Oh shit, the Grim War have returned. That's crazy. But we're in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done. Once the ads are complete, we will see what the result is. Is it possible to make a fort focused only on military stuffs? I would say that that's the norm, actually. I think it's, for a lot of people, it's hard not to make a fort focused on military stuffs. I mean, I've had many forts where every single member of the fortress is in the military. Also, chat, I do have a daily minimum, which is if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage. We are currently about $40 away from that. 40 US dollars here on Twitch. So if you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me. Because those help me hit the minimums, which help this channel stay funded. You do worry about... The thing is, it only takes, like... I'm just going to say roughly here. It only takes roughly... it takes them like a season to go insane, so you've got a lot of time. So if it's only been like a minute, like... It's usually not the first thing I worry about. Yeah, that's more. I would say based on like my comments section, most Dwarf Fortress players are just warmongers. Also, based on how often changes for sieges are requested, which is, you know, what we're getting. But I'll say this, chat: if we hit the daily minimum before 4 p.m. today, I will highly consider playing a little bit of Utopia Must Fall today, because I've been playing a bit of that off stream and it is very fun. Draken Souls. So, would you prefer to wait for the next Necromancer to read a book, or would you just like one of the zombies? Because I don't really have a military at the moment. I just added a bunch of zombies as military dwarves, but they're not really a military yet. Where we're going to. Pretty much, yep. That is in fact the plan. Serious Cat, thanks for checking out a gift and for gifting a sub to us. Sorry. Making that their 12th month of subscription. Appreciate you. You're in no rush? Cool. I'll just wait until somebody reads a book then. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. I'm more interested in where the book go. But let's see how that raid went. So this is me sending out my gremlins to go raid my old fortress. Not a proper siege, just a raid. They snuck in undetected by the mountain of dies of the strategic books. The bloated cooks searched, and records of the dwarf was stolen by Bratwurst. And the lost book. I think they lost it. They saw it coming. That book predicted the future. Was stolen by Kit Fox. We shall try again. How many times do I do this before I demand surrender? My little thieves. My glorious little thieves. We'll watch Laya, who is currently running around to God knows where. I read that as haunted a moose instead of hunted. How long does that last? I presume it's all in a freezer, but like how long will that sustain you for? I guess and also, how long before you get sick of eating moose? I always wondered about that, about people who hunt. It's just like, what if it like is gamey and not the best meat ever? It's like, because then you're gonna be eating this for like the next 6 months. I used to have some family friends that would frequently go deer hunting and then just like give everybody like deer sausage. You share? True, yeah, just give it away. You know, sell it maybe. Although I don't think you can legally do that, but I mean, just don't tell anybody. Laya's got rose gold bars? Ooh, schmancy fancy. Thwack, what kind of ghost is you? Just a forlorn hunt? Oh, that's fine. Can leave you. You're not hurting anybody. Just being sad and spooking the living. They're a minority, though, so they're not that important. Screws on the floor, and the best I can do, the best I can do is do. 2 adults and 4 kids to feed. Oh, true. At least 6 months. Damn. For some reason, like, I feel like for a family of 6, that wouldn't go as long. It wouldn't go that long, but... What's a moose burger like? Anyway, this has Crundlebone, X2, Dolomite, oval cut yellow sespertines, Sangaro rib wood logs, zinc bars, rose gold bars, and lead bars. Moose are big, true, but, like, so are cows. I'm actually going to get this squad training for a bit. This is all undead, this squad. And one of them who's training... Holy shit. I really hope that the gremlins don't fuck this up. Okay, so this is the outpost liaison, who's a human? Oh no, maybe it's an elf. Could be an elf. It's be very young for an elf. Looks like a human though. Yeah, okay, so you're gonna die to Toothless probably. Hold up. It's fine. Toothless is harmless. He's friendly. All right, let's go up to here. Got all kinds of used shirts to sell them. I may actually get more crash test dummies. Friends. If I'm able to get this training complete. We may actually get some migrants. So the reason trading has been so hard is because my home faction wants to kill my cobras. And so they kept getting into fights with the cobras. And so I'm very hopeful here that assuming we can get this done quickly, we won't run into too many issues. Actually, hold up. I only want to do that one. Wait, hold on. Whose last name was Monster Balls? I beg your pardon? Whose last name was Monster Balls? The liaison's last name was Monster Balls? And her name was Monster Ball. That's really funny. Oh, me Monster Balls. Also, where did Madame Monster Balls go? We need to see how she gets along with my pets. Diplomacy is stored in the balls? Uh-huh. Is that what we call it now? One of them should be named Solid? Why? Laya, the manager, has created Monam Olil, the Dolomite crown, and offers it to the bloated baker of cooks. Well, I guess that's going to the mayor. I do wonder how these traders feel about this fort. I mean, everybody's a little blue. Well, they would try to murder them and the Cobras would win. So it never really ended very well for the traders, because if one of the traders dies, then fight's over, you know? Shouldn't you go have a meeting with my... Oh, there you go. You're going to go attend a meeting. Which is why I have all the doors locked, by the way. But yeah, it's something to do with them being adventurers. I like how there's just a gremlin here. It's like, it is me, Dio. Because the mayor decided to wander off. Oh, would you look at that? I am under the assumption that the book has been... Well, it's about to be. Departure the Definitive Guide is soon to be placed in the library. Some piece of shit forgotten beast of toes has come. A skinless alligator that has a pair of antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison stinger. Blah. That needs to get moved. It's gonna go fight with the Weber. Kinda hope it kills it. It's a pretty even fight, actually. Holy shit. See, now that one we can kill. And looks like my gremlins have returned once more from Colorbeard. The Mystery of Minerals and Denial in the Age of Myth were both stolen from Colorbeard. And then I'm going to send my necromancers down into there to go fight. I'm going to request nether cap. Don't need much else. They want crystal glass goblet and scepters. Crystal glass goblets. I haven't seen any rock crystal. I need to just get this trading done ASAP. See, this is just why in this fortress the undead are superior to the weak dwarves, because the undead don't vomit when they see the sun. Buy a thing of silk. Well, actually, maybe not. I have silk, plenty of silk. I'm just gonna buy the bags, actually. At least the ones that I can afford. Buy some bags. And buy those books, but I can't afford them. I'll buy the paper. Ooh, I'm gonna buy those splints. Those crutches, because I'm too lazy. And trade. Then we'll let this work for a little bit, and then we'll give them the rest as gifts. Okay, let's see if I've gotten any necromancers, and then we can give that dwarf to Drakensoul. So, Drakensoul, I don't have any new necromancers yet. We're still reading. But you said, or a military dwarf? Just because I made you wait long enough. I could give you this dwarf, if you'd like. It is one of the military dwarves, technically. Well, thanks for the 15 pennies. I'm sure I'll bring back word of it. I'm sure that Monster Balls will have plenty of stories to tell. She is certainly a memorable individual. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, wow, wow. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba. Also, I'm now suddenly wondering. I think I locked a room to stop miasma from coming out. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Did I lock the food room? Because that'd be bad for the dwarves that still need that. Excellent. Doctor doing gerbers. So chat room, my plans for this weekend are I have a baby shower to go to. But aside from that, I'm mostly going to be trying to finish my full read through of Boat Murdered. It's going to be multiple hours long. Probably closer to like 4 or 5 hours long. And it's going to be a full read through and maybe a bit more. We'll see. And I'm aiming to have that out for Halloween, because I think that would be a good Halloween special, you know? Just dropping like a multi-hour long video along those lines. All right, so my gremlins are now going to go demand, surrender, and occupy. I swear to God, this won't work. But if it does, I'm going to die laughing and then reclaim Colorbeard. Just to see what it looks like. I'd split the save though. It won't work, but old Kit Fox here is going to lead the charge. She is a skill. Okay, so is this a she? Yeah, she. So she is a skilled intimidator. Place your bets, chat. What do you think? Are they going to succeed? I have my doubts. Fail, but they'll survive? Old clothes are not valuable. I just have a lot of them. But you used to be able to make a singular meal that was so valuable. So YouTube chat says food got nerfed only to give place to the clothes exploit. Not really. I mean, old clothes aren't that valuable. The thing is, I just have a lot of it, so like, it becomes valuable after a while. The thing is, like, meals were so overvalued, you could take one meal and trade for like an entire dwarven caravan and have money to burn still. But yeah, that's my plan for this weekend. Is I'm gonna try and finish that. Because I think I'm in a similar boat as a lot of you chat, where there's a new patch coming out soon and it looks really exciting and cool, and I just really want to play that patch. Like I don't have it, so because it's not out, I can't play it, and I just want to play it. So I'm significantly less incentivized to stream right now, and I also fear that if I don't get that video done this weekend or by next weekend, I won't get it done. So, yeah, the laundry disposal caravan. Food, yeah, as Toas in YouTube chat says, food is really good, just not broken. Yeah, now it's not like ridiculous. It's now just a good trade good. Like, to the people who are just like, oh, I can't, like, food's worthless now. It's like, no. Food's still expensive and still very valuable. It's just significantly less expensive and valuable than it was. Also, like, I can't even buy 2 books with all these socks. Like, what are you talking about? Doing videos is too hard for you still? I mean, it's not my favorite work. I much prefer streaming, but as somebody who streams, Fracty, you can probably tell when like the people watching the stream are less interested in what you're doing at the time. And between all the new game releases right now and the fact that like Dwarf Fortress is going to be getting a patch soon, I think a lot of people are just being like, I'll just go play something else for this week. Which usually results in people watching other things that week. Uh-oh. Don't you friggin' dare. Don't you fucking dare. You hear me? That's good. That means I'm talking loud enough. Sisyphus, have you never been to a thrift store before? Like what? They're saying old clothes having value. What are they? A bunch of dobbies? It's like, have you never been to a used clothing store? Thankfully, dwarves don't live in a fast fashion economy. You know? One dwarf can wear the same piece of clothing for like 10 years. So like, thankfully, because they don't live in a world of fast fashion, used clothing still has value. As it should. Like, t-shirts are not supposed to disintegrate after like 6 months. I mean, maybe they do if you get into like a bar fight and somebody grabs your shirt and shreds it, but like, that's a different problem. You know what I'm saying, Chad? I like the fact that clothing has some value in Dwarf Fort. Even once it's been used. I'll have you know, I had a t-shirt, Sisyphus, that was so tattered, I cut it into about 20 pieces and stitched it to my metal vest. It was a band shirt and it had a bunch of logos on it. So now I just have a bunch of logos on that shirt that look like they were patches, and they're pretty badass. So that would be like a double capital X t-shirt because it was more holes than shirt by the end. And I miss that shirt. It's like a resurrected shirt. Oh my god, they came back. So they survived, but they failed. That's upsetting. How did it go? The demand of unconditional surrender proposed by the bloated baker of goods was rejected by the mountainous dyes at Colorbeard. Damn it! Well, I could try again. I wonder if doing this is Hold up. Why is there sand everywhere? Man, this surgeon's got his work cut out for him. Hey, chat room investments are open. I don't think they ever really left, to be honest with you. Did they? In regards to legendary clothers, like here on Earth. All right, let's see what I can do with these pumps. All right. Oh, shit. I kind of screwed this up, I'm realizing. Oh, geez. Hold up. This layer is through the aquifer. So if we just, like, cut this layer out, then we should be good to go. We can just dig. Also, I only have a handful of miners left, which is just gonna make both of them do literally nothing else. Which they're already doing, so nothing I can change here. But yeah, here I am building a pump stack. I'm trying to get it all the way to the surface, just so I can, you know, burninate the surface, as one does. Except I have found a problem with the burninating plan, which is, in fact, these do not line up, so I actually have to move them over by one. Although, actually, I could just dig out more. Why don't I just do that? Must be weird to be in this fortress and be one of the not dead dwarves. You know what I mean, chat? Must be a strange experience. Being one of the few still living people living here. Certainly an unpleasant experience, if nothing else. I actually screwed this up. That's a little bit annoying. Screwed this up on multiple levels, literally. It's okay, I can fix it. And I've got pumps to spare, so it'll be fine. Huh. How do we have no access to that? I want to see this crown, though, Dominoc. This is a Dolomite crown. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with zinc and rose gold and decorated with crumbled bone. And encircled with bands of crumbled bone. We're in an ad break. I'll just wait for these ads to run through. Common issue that you've had with tiny forts is no adamantine ore. I don't care about the adamantine ore in this case. But I do actually have adamantine. It's a 50-50 chance that you'll get adamantine. Because half of the tiles in every world have tunnels to the underworld. Or 50% of them do. But yeah, I'm not even trying to do that. I'm just trying to turn everybody to zombies. Tungdill in YouTube chat. Because Tungdill has expressed the concern with the lack of adamantine. I think like maybe in 1 in 10 forts I actually go for adamantine usually. I just find it so slow and tedious now. If it was still the old style, I would do it almost every fort still, but... Kavish bird painted as well. Oh shit, I never actually named Double Dawn. I feel terrible. Draken Soul. Yeah, I do actually have an adamantine shirt. An adventurer brought it here. She is intentionally stubborn and rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. She's unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she has a greedy streak. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She often feels lustful, and she lives a fast-paced life. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to hang on to grievances, and can handle stress. Sometimes acts without deliberation. She dreams of raising a family and personally holds fairness to be of the highest ideals, and despises cheating of any kind. And she likes granite and trifle pewter, as well as zircon and great lion tamarind tooth. Maces, hoods, and amulets, and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama, and the words of the Book of Reticence and the sight of the lark's luxury of styling. And when possible, prefers to consume moghopper and reindeer cheese and papaya wine and limes, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. So, I'm going to take the Gilded Monks, this squad. We're going to go find that beast. This one. And I'm going to send this squad down to here. We're going to go fight this beast. How do you think this is going to go, chat? This is my 2 Necroliches. These 2. And 3 Intelligent Undead. One of them has no arms, which is Lanix the Handy. But the rest are armed. How do you think this is going to go?
Hello, Bling. Hope all is well.
Hello, Bling Red Dog. I almost called you Rad Dog, because there's a Rad Dog around here as well. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Welcome back, dude. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. It's okay. I've typoed my name like that before. So let's see how this goes. It's already injured after fighting with that other Forgotten Beast. Comes running up. And, hadn't really thought of that. I'm not gonna lie. Thankfully, they're just bits and pieces. So the dwarves are getting some training in initially. We've got a giant king cobra. Oh, that's interesting. I think that's a bug. Or no, maybe not. I never noticed this before. The zombified versions of giant creatures still use the old giant creature sprites. Anyway, we have these nightmares who don't seem to be doing anything. I wonder if that's because Forgotten Beasts don't feel fear. Or I wonder if Forgotten Beasts don't feel fear, rather. So they're just trying to kill these crabs currently and are now suddenly bleeding. The Dwarf Wrestler Rotten Butcher kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her foot. Oh, fucking please. I need to see your combat. The Dwarf Wrestler kicks the Forgotten Beast, fracturing the chitin. The Dwarf Rotten Butcher kicks the giant crab chitin in the third foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Dwarf Wrestler Butcher kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his right foot, bruising the muscle. He's also biting things. So the idea here is they will never get tired. Number one. They can't get upset. Number two. Two of them can resurrect things, and they all need training. So my hope is that this fight goes on for a while. Whoops. And the fort is not at any threat because the door is locked. So now they appear to have murdered the entirety of the butcher shop. And now it's the old beastie who's now bleeding, and they didn't resurrect it. God damn it. But they did completely obliterate that fight. What else is left, Forgotten Beast-wise? Okay, so we've got you. You have deadly dust. I also need to check, yeah, who got the actual kill? The Forgotten Beast kicks the Forgotten Beast in the thorax with its left rear foot, and the injured part is crushed into a lump of gore. Oh. Wrong Forgotten Beast. The Dwarf Recruit Rotten Butcher hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her iron battle axe, tearing the fat. So it was one of the axe dwarves. It was, you. Necrontyr. Let's go kill that deadly dust beast. Although it has to fly up here. So I will send the dwarves to here. Hey, you know, there's worse lives to live. At least you don't feel anything. We're gonna go fight with the old Belch Phantoms. Although, now I'm wondering, can you not fly? I wonder. So let's go to that middle cavern layer and open this up. And it seems that Zas Covergate wants to join the fort. I think I will just leave Zas Covergate as a miner, because that's actually just very convenient for me. Yeah, unliving the good unlife, like a good unlifer should, right? Which, isn't that just like a really roundabout way of saying no-lifer? You know? Like, aren't these dwarves all just no-lifing it? They're just no-lifing their existence. With their servants who are still lifing it. This all makes perfect sense. Speaking of perfect sense, I'm gonna go to the overworld and tell my gremlins to do something really stupid. I'm probably gonna kill these two gremlins, but they're going to go and attempt to conquer and not conquer, but pillage the Grim War. Are going to go attempt to pillage my old fortress. Good luck, Kit Fox, and good luck, Bratwurst. Wish them luck, chat. And it appears that they're leaving through the caverns. Classy. It's an ambush, truly. Meanwhile, down here in this lower level... did I miss it? Oh. Whoops. I did. It got behind us. Turn around, dwarves. You must fight the creature. So now we get to say, or see, how successful do my necrozambles get to be. Well, they don't seem to care so much. Not like Moreb has much blood to bleed out. Same with you, Drakensoul. The recruit is waving dismissively, and the Forgotten Beast looks dizzy. If you guys remember Colorbeard, when I was able to make those dwarves that were just virtually unkillable, these Lich dwarves are basically that, but stronger. Because not only are they zombies, and they're intelligent undead, and they have the same ability to make things dizzy, but the Liches can also summon nightmares. Basically, they can make something like completely ineffective at combat. Just make them dizzy once and they're done. They just fall over and they're done. You get free hits. I think this one squad will be able to fight off an entire Dwarven army. Hold on. Oh, did I cancel the mission? I must have. Yes, I did. All right. Kit Fox. Good luck invading Colorbeard. May you pillage well. And bring back many treasures. Same with you, Bratwurst. How about an entire circus? It depends on if they breathe fire or not, but maybe if they're legendary, then we'd try it. Like I said, it's not really the goal of the fort, but... Oh, shit! Look at this! New toys. I should just get them training down here. Which would be totally fine unless something breathes fire. And even then, just need to pour water on them. Oh, and a blind cave bear. There's two of them! Why'd you look at that? Oh no. Oh geez, they're all rotting. Well, now they'll just have cool scars. They're just rotting more than normal now. Thankfully, these actually are not all that big of a difficulty for these dwarves. Also, it's not like bruising is gonna really hurt a zombie. Let's be real here. Someone said your favorite food, and someone else was like, sausage! And I was like, bratwurst! There seems to be a bug with zombies. I don't think you can actually put once zombified dwarves into a coffin anymore. They seem to just stay corpses or stay outside of the coffin for forever, which kind of sucks. Oops.
Wow, a whole year old.
That is a long time. Uh-oh, stuff's fighting. Seems to also just be my giant crabs. There must be too many of them in the mosh pit. The ownership of the remains gets a bit screwed up. Yeah, that kind of sucks. This dwarf is getting some surgery done. It seems that Dracogen here, who's an expert surgeon, by the way, did a bunch of surgery. What treatment do you still need? A lot of surgery, mostly. Seems like all the surgery is now completed. And I'm going to see if I can just... send them down here. Oop. There goes Draken's Soul. Who seems to be handedly dealing with the giant ogres. And also, I'm going to go down here. Maybe not right there. Let's go up here. And place one of these here. I'm just going to make a pit. And just throw creatures down into here that I need to train. Also, excellent. This is exactly what I wanted to... Why is there... Oh, somebody must have gone and made a bunch of, you know, silly toys to play with, the silly nightmares. Speaking of silly nightmares, this is how you train a bunch of zombies up really quick. Let's see how Lanix's combat skills is doing. I'm making Necromancer Overlords, chat. I also should probably maybe assign everybody to this and use that as a way to keep them out of here. The Gremlin just like doesn't give a shit. That's hilarious. Because realistically, I only really want the military dwarves in here. How's your kicking skill doing? Only dabbling, you need to kick more, sir. Same with the biting. Not biting enough. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Denista? And, I have a question. Like, genuine question. Were you an undead metal crafter? Kivish. Ah, it's fine, you're back. Welcome back, Kivish. It's good to have you back there, Dwarf. Was found dead. Not anymore! Motherfucker! So, it's okay, he'll keep coming back. Maybe? Too mangled? Aw, that's a shame. How many kills does Moreb have, chat? Let us know when something changed. Was found dead? Ah, that's fine. It's probably not the first time. But, how many kills do you think this dwarf has? This is the one that's been here the longest. And this is also the strongest one. Grundle's back there getting... The Grundles didn't deserve any of this. They really didn't. 184 kills. Only 3 of them are notable, though. That's how you know that they're just kill farming. Also, Kavish immediately came back as a ghost. Excuse me? Wait. What kind of ghost are you? Huh. Anyway, how's your biting skill going? Only novice? How's that possible? I mean, I guess he's only got 13 notable kills. Also, what's your full name? Class Braids the Bright Barbarian? Lanix the Handy, also known as Clasp Braids the Bright Barbarian. What a great name. What a great name, man. He's largely just biting them. Basta, thanks for the raid.
Happy spooky season. Looking forward to the first Siege stream.
Samesies. The root. Samesies. Stormwolf appears to be having a bit of a rough week. In fact, his hand is mangled beyond recognition and he can't currently stand. However, that's okay because he is still training and does in fact have 58 notable kills and 199 and 39 other kills. Meanwhile, Moreb over here, who's definitely not cheating their kill count up. The rough silver of worshipping. And these Crundles are experiencing mortal fear and are also dizzy. And are now joining in the fun. The question is... Okay, they're not really learning much. That's good. Meanwhile, Bismuth over here is like, why? I mean, he's also got 10 kills. I should actually just put all of the butchers in here. There appears to only be the one remaining now. Whoa. No. Oh, did the ghost disappear? I keep thinking I'm seeing the ghost, like, fighting. Purple Crundle is so cursed. I think they look kind of awesome, personally. What's Moreb up to? 102 notable. 201 others. And it's literally just, he punches it, which bruises the muscle in the lung. Gestures. Punches it. Gestures. Punches it. Gestures. Punches it. Gestures. And you right here are seriously injured. But it's not stopping you. We're up to talented now. And it appears that the result of my gremlin pillaging is complete. Pulping was a thing? Oh, we're using axes? So it appears that Kit Fox led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf Poobert. Poobert outmatched the gremlin with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Colorbeard. I'm not surprised. And the gremlin was imprisoned by the Mountain of Dies. I'm gonna send the other gremlin to go free it. Or try to. Also, this isn't really hurting my frame rate all that much. And anyway, I think they finally killed it. Except for Stormwolf, who I'm actually going to open up this squad. And just grab Stormwolf and just... turn off your... Oh. Never mind. Instead, I think that's actually just it. They're just... Oh, fuck. Who let you in? Uh-oh. Thankfully, poison not such a big deal, but being webbed is. Moreb has 134 kills. You better not fucking die, mate. It's just biting him, but he's deflecting it. Spider is bleeding, and the spider is dead. Holy shit. And now they're back to... I was gonna say they're back to... There comes more gremlins. Not gremlins, Crundles. They were able to kill it. And they stopped it from resurrecting again, and now more Crundles are coming in. This might be one of the most effective training sessions I've ever had. Not to mention bloody. I was very worried for a hot second. What happened to your helmet? You had a helmet. Wait, the Crundle stole your helmet? You let a Crundle steal your helmet? The Crundle mutilated corpse tries to remove the helm, and then scratches the dwarf, and the dwarf waves dismissively and then beats the shit out of it. But, like, does that mean there's a Crundle wielding a helm? Because I swear. Not that I'm seeing. Well, this is extremely silly, chat. We are also so fucking lucky that we happened to end up in this situation with necromancers and undead that happen to have the abilities that they do. That is all. They are so fucking lucky. They're so fucking lucky. Well, anyways, I think that these dwarves deserve a round of applause, I think, for their excellent ability to train very quickly. With a few injuries in the midst. But I'm sure that we can recover some wounded and get them patched up right away. Get to it, Bismuth. Thought of Ichor on the ground. And oh my god, we're gonna... How long do you think that sound's gonna be going off for? No, wait, no, it's just for Kavish, right? Not that many times then. Lol. Lots of beer, please, chat. Lots of beer. Moreb over here. Needs stitches, stitches, stitches. Oh, that's fine. Just some stitches. It's like a good day's work out there. You just need some stitches in your foot. You, on the other hand, you need a little bit more. You need some immobilization and whatnot, but... You also need a little bit more. You also need immobilization, etc., but... We got stitches being handed out by adequate surgeons. We're gonna have some of the best doctors in the business here. Pool of giant cave spider venom. They literally washed the venom out of them. There was so much venom on that dwarf, it made a puddle. Wow. No, they don't. They really don't care about venom. Or blood, for that matter. Because they don't really have any. Holy shit. Holy shit. Not anymore. They've cleaned it up. But yeah, they could have. Okay, so Bratwurst. The gremlin has returned. Let's see how their attempts to save Kit Fox has gone. I'm not super hopeful. They did sneak in undetected. They found nothing. Gremlins just joined them. Send them out again. The scars on the portraits, yeah. It's actually kind of rare now in this fort to see a dwarf without scars on their face. We got our competent bone doctor immobilizing brakes. Is my rib up and walking yet? What do you still need? Oh, you just need dressings? Well, that's great. Do I have more tables I could throw in here? I do. They totally ate the gremlin. They could have butchered it. That's possible. No, it's still listed as a prisoner, so... My presumption is that that gremlin is just not very good. The rough silver of worshipping. Yeah, I have a tame giant rat. I have no idea how it got in my fort, but I don't know, it lives here. It's friendly. We did catch a bunch of giant rats, so they must have just gotten good enough at, like, you know, helping them get stuff, etc. I'm also going to add a uniform, which is just going to be mail shirt, breastplate, helm, greaves, gauntlets, high boots, shields, and individual choice melee weapon. Melee weapon. I was going to call this full melee Uniform replaces clothing. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Add uniform. Okay, let's just do this again. Mail shirt, breastplate, helm, greaves, gauntlets, high boots, shield, individual choice melee, full kit melee. King the Fox Disco Space, what up? It's good to see you. See you? See you. I don't know what I'm saying. Hi. Where are the rats? Sure. If by rats you mean necromancers, then yes. We're certainly evil. That emote ended up being way better than it should be, considering it's literally a photo of a plushy rat. Like, it's literally this guy. Like, it's way better than it has any right to be. And I'm going to use this as an opportunity to also make iron mail shirts. Well, I'm glad you like it. I honestly really like this one. Special effects with real props will always be superior. What, the rat plushie? I suppose. How you been, King the Space Disco Fox? Did you know that, like, you and me hanging out at TwitchCon was 8 years ago? Which is fucking crazy to me. This dwarf currently is hauling... Holy shit. I didn't realize how heavy a blind cave ogre's head was. Good lord. That's something. You been better? I getcha. I would say the same about me. It's been a weird couple weeks. Gosh, apologies for the yawn. That's one of the reasons it's been a weird couple weeks is I've been sleeping like shit. Okay, so Bratwurst returned once more. Operation Locate Gremlin Kit Fox, round 2. He searched Colorbeard and found nothing. Damn you! How dare you imply that the gremlins don't have good skills? Well, I mean, I'm implying that they could have better skills, I suppose. I mean, this actually ain't bad as far as this gremlin goes. Has been yesterday was good, so body decided we crash hard and sleep it off. Oh, yeah. Why is it always yesterday? So you've been sleeping since the beginning of the month? You get good mileage out of that one. That is maybe the most shitposty emote I have, to be honest. With Stone Homo in Long Beach? Yep. Well, I mean, this year was TwitchCon's 10th anniversary. Because the first one was in 2015, and that was the third one that we all went to. Which is wild to me. Is the defense from high boots made redundant by Greaves? I actually don't know. I know that they do give more defense than low boots. So This dwarf's upper spine is mangled beyond recognition. And so is her knee. Which to me would mean one knee is bent backwards. Her left shoulder is like cracked sideways, like, and then like her spine is like, maybe like, instead of being straight, it's more like, a proper lich, if you ask me. And of course her neck, yes, naturally. Her head also has like a crater in the side of it. And her neck just is like flayed open, probably, right? Like she speaks through her neck. Ugh. Horror monster. Absolutely terrifying. Something, something, crack. Lord Skytear. I mean, although I would just say that her neck probably just has a big crack in it at this point. So I now need to grab all these dwarves and just go kerplunk. Doop. There you go. And her really long hair is neatly combed naturally. Very well kept. I mean, she's like... Okay, so you're in traction at the moment, and diagnosis is required. You know, after everything this fort has been through, the dwarves are like still weirdly happy. I don't know. Okay, what do you need now? Cleaning. It's mold infections, probably. What do you need? Setting and immobilization. Stormwolf not in the best way, but... Overlapping fracture in your arm, that's rough. Your eyebrows scars make you look sad there, dwarf. Do zombies even heal? Oh, yeah. Well, in that, like, they don't need to wear, like, the splints forever, yes. Like, if they're, once their bones are set, they can walk again, kind of deal. But, like, nothing more than that, really. They just sometimes end up with so many injuries that it can, like... I've seen it take, like, literally a year for a zombie to get fully functional again because of just frequent and repeated wounds, all having to be diagnosed, treated, tended to, have the bandages removed and all that. I've also seen them literally sit in traction for, like, a year because, like, every single bone in their body has overlapping fractures. Like, this one only has one, right? But, like, if there was, like, 12 or something, then they would need to sit in traction for that whole time for every single one of them. But thankfully, we still have this squad. We've had the pristine Rag, the rough silver of worshipping, and, of course, the Bright Barbarian. The Bright Barbarian has 25 notable kills and 91 others. Slightly inflated. Mebzith has 154 kills. and 283. God damn it, that's almost 500. And Moreb has 100 nice, 269, and 134 other kills. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm also going to quietly throw some other dwarves into this squad that are military dwarves. Let's just get them all being melee. They'll be more effective that way. So like Iron down here as an example, who's just one giant scratched up mess and also can't see apparently, but that's fine. She can smell the enemy. I'm also going to make some silver warhammers. Just for some efficiency. And meanwhile, aside from always feeling vengeful, these gremlins are training up quite well, I would say. No, they would probably already be dead, right? Like, the thing is, they can survive injuries that are, like, categorically worse than any dwarf would ever walk away from. So even though, sorry, the, like, a dwarf could walk away from those injuries, like, this, like, Moreb here would just be dead. If it wasn't for crabs. Your house is that way. Go back. Oh. I think I might be abusing my crabs, chat. There's so many in here, they're actually getting injured. I'm gonna make their house bigger, because I feel a little bad. Only a little. Not super bad, just a little. And expand the space for the crab. And when chaos breaks loose, I will release the crabs. I look forward to the day where I get to shout, release the crabs, unironically. Release the crab bin! Is actually what I will say. Because, you know, there will be a point when this fortress just falls into chaos, and, like, the most important task to do at that moment will be open the gates and let the crabs free. So, I'm going to intentionally incorrectly read this Forgotten Beast's name because I think it's funny. The Forgotten Beast, Lord of Destruction, has come. An enormous blob composed of flame. It has wings and it scrams and fidgets. Well, one could say that this is the ultimate test. I, for one, welcome our new fire-based overlord. Wish us luck, chat. I mean, wish the zombies luck. I need a big, vile force of darkness for good luck. Because who knows how well this will go. I mean... I certainly don't. Oh, shit. Well, we gotta turn around. Dwarfus, you may want to turn around this. Bit late. Fitting song, if you ask me. Also gonna just send those dwarves right there, because they are the Mark's dwarves. Honestly, I have to say that Lord of Destruction is actually a pretty fitting name for this beast. I'm actually going to tell the dwarves to go back down here because there's less to burn down here, and so their chance of survival is significantly higher. Did it just implode itself? No, 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 no. It's just setting shit on fire here. Damn it. I was hoping to tempt it. Well, Dracagen is now Dracaburn. Maybe this dwarf will be a... Nope, you don't have ammo yet. I was going to say, maybe you'll be a hero. Nope. Laya? I hate to break it to you, but, you're cooked. Sorry. But you're fighting quite well. Dominok here appears to have forgotten his shield. Moreb appears to have resurrected Laya several times, who is now an undead rotten thing, who's also on fire still. Chat, can I extinguish Laya? I acknowledge that that would be cheating, but... Wait. Hold on. Do you have a body left? I mean, everything is just bleeding. Her head is somewhat short, apparently. Short of existence. We'll keep. You are an eyeballs emoji. Well done. No, not exterminate. I can't extinguish whatever she is. So she's just on fire and I can't extinguish it. Which is wild and bizarre. Dominok is also still on fire? Somehow? There's a dog on fire, too. I mean, I would totally send them under a waterfall if I had a waterfall to send them under. Well, I guess I sort of do. I'm going to honestly just get rid of all of these. They need to be updated anyway. Set this to everybody, set that to everybody, and then station everybody right here. Let's see if that works. Whereas Laya is still fighting, apparently bleeding, and allegedly on fire, of which I have no proof. Ooh. So it's dead. Krakajin was found dead. What the fuck happened? I'm not sure. There's also apparently some fights with Crundles happening. So I don't know how this dwarf survived, but no dwarf should be able to burn that long. And also apparently there's a problem with the crab room. Did something undead get in with the crabs? Hold on. I don't think so. Okay, so somebody is fighting with a Crundle and a giant crab. In other news, Alf is dead. Maybe we can get him rezzed. Because we've got Crundles in the fort and Necros, obviously. He's not mangled. Just need to fight a little further this way. I could probably resurrect him if I grab a Crundle from a cage and put it there. Don't worry about the ogre. It's fine. It's it's just there. It's just a body. It's fine. I can't see what you're talking about. Fractabellum. Oh. Let's get rid of that. I hope I get a migrant wave. That'd be nice. Can we not, like... take care of these dwarves, please? We got a dead dwarf on the ground. Let's just forbid these for the moment. Laia has been missing for a week. Have you? Oh, good. You grew your body back. Excellent. Come on, dwarves. I just need somebody to bring something the dwarves want to kill right here. And then we get this. Come on, chat. I need you guys to give me some energy. But that'll have to do. Another forgotten beast has come. Ouija. As in like a Ouija board? An enormous humanoid composed of charcoal. It has a knobby shell and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly spit. All right, well, side project now all of a sudden. Everybody goes down in there. Run it back now.
Crypt arrive.
Crypt arrive indeed. Aethernull, thanks for the 2 years. How many beasts is this today? I'm not counting, so I don't know actually. And here it comes. Oh, it's pretty looking. What have you wandered into? A very normal fort full of very normal things, very normal projects, and very normal activities. I'm intentionally letting a forgotten beast into my fort so that hopefully my necromancers resurrect my mayor. Or my ex-mayor, who got unelected. And a zombie got elected. I think the necromancers rigged the vote. No! Anything, no! You were the chosen Grem! Maybe not, but... Okay, if this gremlin kills the necromancer, I'm gonna be pretty impressed. Rip. Alright, yeah, the pink shell looks pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Oops. It's a very styling monster. Kinda got the Grinch Who Stole Christmas vibes. Uh-oh. No! They resurrected him as a dumb zombie, not a smart zombie. Oh, this is gonna end horribly. Welp. It's okay, the liches will be fine. And they run this fort anyway. Oh, and the beast is dead. Well, that was easy. It would be really funny if a living dwarf killed it. What the fuck is what? Oh, the giant nightmares? Those are nightmares. Duh. Yeah, nightmares are evil monsters that necromancers can summon. Also, I've also got bad news, chat. I think all of the gremlins are dead. We shall remember our gremlin friends. We shall remember. A pool of nightmare blood? Did you know that nightmares had pink blood? I didn't. I do now. The more you know. Have they always had pink blood? Pinky purple? I thought they had goo. I've only ever seen nightmare goo before. I've got a bunch of people texting me. What the heck's happening? They bleed Pepto. I mean, I would too if I was having nightmares. All right. Anyway, Lyagushka wants to join the fort. Welcome to Brainrot, motherfucker. What could possibly go wronger? One thing's for certain, it would be a massive challenge for things to actually get worse. Oh wait, never mind. We do still have one Grammy left. Snail the bookkeeper is still alive. We shall protect Snail with our lives. Is anybody else, like, shocked by how not horribly pissed off these dwarves are? My mood's pretty decent. Yeah, it's like kind of wild, actually. But we're all the way up to midwinter. If we can get to spring, we'll probably get more migrants. How could anybody be dead and pissed off? This is true. When you're dead, you feel nothing. Like, not even like it doesn't really feel anything anymore. Like can't feel anything anymore. Has no feeling. Nerve ending's dead. Head is empty. Brain literally gone, in fact. Oh, look. Someone was missing for a week. Oh, well. In other news, Zas is doing stitches. I want to know how many kills this dwarf has. $134 kills. 309 other kills. Did they ever fix the bug that happened for a while where if you had a singular... I'm actually just going to go up to here as well, by the way, and just delete all of these. Did they ever fix the bug where if you have a dwarf with... who is undead, and that dwarf also goes and... What are you doing? Just loading cage traps. And if you have a dwarf who's undead, and then that dwarf also ends up, you know, leaving the map, do they still come back as ghosts? Because I want to know how many kills one of these dwarves would get if I were to, like, you know. Fight something. I love how all of that and you're only a great fighter. Like, you're not even legendary. Fuck me. I hope I get attacked. Because, oh my god, could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine if I get... I want to set this squad on an army so freaking bad. It's literally all I want to do right now. You think the ghost thing still happens? Okay. Well, at the very least, we're starting to get stuff put away. There's still a few critters in the hospital. Oh, we're probably out of crutches, right? No, we're not, actually. How about you? Okay, they all need setting, which means I need to make splints. Oh, we also have no manager anymore. Well, that's not surprising in the slightest. Here's my mayor. Snail. You need a crutch. You need a mobilization. who is the mayor right now, actually? Okay, so it's Dominok. I'm going to make Dominok into my mayor. Or, rather, manager. Until that gremlin can stand. And then I'm going to go up here and just say Iron Splint. 20. Because I probably need a bunch. Yeah, I don't. It's not that it's possible. It's I don't want it to happen. I don't want them to lose their body and become ghosts. So I don't want that to happen. So if that's still a thing, then yeah, I absolutely do want to make sure that that does not come to pass. Because under no circumstances do I want these liches to lose their bodies. Their bodies is very important. That's unfortunate. And also they're all rotten by the time we find them, of course. These dwarves are going to be busy for a bit, hey? I'm starting to think, like, I should just finish this and then just pump me some lava over most of the fort because, like, this place is kind of, it's kind of doity right now. And if I just, like, you know. Okay, actually, hear me out, chat. If I make a burrow that allows for right there. And okay, so if I make a burrow that allows for right there, and then like here and up, and I enable it, and I go down and I go, okay, so like what's below this? All right, so let's also allow right here and all of this. And then just like block this off. If this doesn't take 15 years to get constructed, I could just tell somebody to go pump this. I mean, I think they'd be stuck in there. So I would also need to make this go up to here. Block this off. Okay, yeah, no, I need it to go over here. So then I need to basically block this off. And this off. And this off. And then this would need to allow them to go up to here, which would allow them to go up to here. And you'd allow them to go up to here. And they'd still have access to everything. And I can just make that pump go and just clean up all those bodies. What do you think, chat? Terrible idea? I mean, like, what's the worst that could happen? You know? I mean, it is going to take them 10,576 years to actually get that done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Forgot about that. I fucked up. It's okay. Anyways, chat. I gotta say, I like you guys a lot. And this fort has been a lot of fun. I hope that you've had as much fun as I have. But chat's really quiet. And I have a lot of editing to do on that project. And I didn't pack a lunch today because I'm dumb. And I'm also a little hungry. I think since chat's super quiet, we're gonna put this one in cliffhanger mode. I will try and recover this on Tuesday, next week. But until then, I think it may be time for us to call it for the day. That's what I think. What's up, Keepsworks? But that was fun. That was crazy. I'm glad that this fort is popping off and doing a good job being a Halloweeny fort. I was kind of considering streaming a bit of a different game tonight, but chat's just too quiet. I mean, it is what it is. Print to tell. It is what it is. If chat was more active, then maybe we'd do something else for a bit, but it is what it is. I think we're going to call it. So YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I do have to say thank you very much for hanging out today, though. I appreciate it. If you want to come raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort, probably, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you on Tuesday. And hopefully, I have a video ready for you guys around that time. Oopsies. Just let me do one thing real quick. Oops, wrong button. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I have like some rules in my head, which is, you know, time is money, right? And I've got a really big video project that I'm trying to get done. And chat is really quiet, and I'm not that close to making my daily minimum. So I'm not making minimum wage streaming, so my time is better spent editing today. I think today was a great stream, though. I hope you guys had fun.